can get into that if you want, though.
Yeah, we'll just do the whole thing.
Floor was like the floor of the flat was bathing. It was very strange.
Yeah.
Every now and then, just like death shit smell would emanate out the floorboards. It was very strange.
Oh dear.
Well, there we go. That's a good starter. That's a good starting conversation to start the live stream on. So,
naturally.
So welcome everybody to a very impromptu beer chat on a Friday night. I'm up for a couple of beers. I'm up for talking to my friends. So thought we'd do a little beer chat. I've called this chat #Moist January. Is anyone doing dry January?
No.
I'm not a big lover of it.
If anybody, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, I've kind of cut down a bit. I mean, the last 2 weeks I've like not drank for like 4 days or something.
Yeah.
So, but that's just a general thing, isn't it? I think it's though. I mean, if we're being serious for a moment, I think it's those type of things. Developing positive habits is a good thing, but just doing kind of dry. I know people kind of think, oh well, if you do it, it's a good thing, but are you really kind of like improving anything? Really, you're just having a bit of time off and then you're going back into it.
Mm-hmm.
So just develop kind of like good habits.
Yeah.
So
that's something.
I wasn't going to have a drink tonight, but I fancied it.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, and even more serious. I mean, during these times, you just look after your mental health, and however you do that is, I mean, you're not kind of like, I'm not drinking to oblivion to forget about this shit. But first week back at work and stuff as well. I think it's a nice little.
It was an absolute terrible week.
Man, we're all right. Man, we're all right. I had a good day today, even though I had a meeting at 8:30 this morning. Normally, 2 days of the week, I would actually be in the office in York, so that would be me getting up at about 6:15 to get to York for just after 8. I do that Tuesdays and Thursdays normally. Obviously, I'm working from home, but at the moment, if I get out of bed before 8:30 is an inconvenience. So it was like half, but all of us were like that. Like my manager, who was the reason why we had to get up early, and she'd she was like, I've washed my face. But I'd said, well, I might not turn my camera on, but I actually got up, I had a shave, but I had a shower, brushed my teeth, felt a little bit more human, and was in a meeting at 8:30 this morning. Didn't do a hell of a lot for the rest of the day, but
yeah.
That's how it works, isn't it? So, it's all about balance, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. You wake me up that early. I'm not doing anything else.
Well, quite.
So I woke up this morning. That was fun. I didn't want to. The cat was just being a cunt, and I couldn't go back to sleep.
That's cats for you.
Yeah. I could try and pretend that, I was doing yoga, but I mean... No. I would try to fill a bin line with bird's custard. It's not... No one's going to believe.
Yeah, but, there's the industry that I work in is a lot of women, primarily women, I'd say, and I just want to make you think about what potential industry I'm in based on that information. So there's often a lot of talk of sunrise yoga. I'm like, Jesus Christ! I mean, last thing I want to be doing at sunrise is yoga. It's more just it's fucking getting on with the concept of getting out of bed. I think that's the most challenging thing I've got to deal with at that point. God bless them, but
I'd love to do it. I love being the sort of person who gets up and goes for a run. I'd love that, but it's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
No. Well, I wake up early every day, and I could do stuff because my kids wake me up at 5:30 to 6 every morning.
But that's that's not your choice.
No, exactly. Yeah.
The children were your choice, but
yeah,
well, to a certain degree.
Exactly.
But waking up is not your choice.
No, exactly. Yeah.
And fingers crossed, Owen's not going to wake up early tomorrow morning. Mm-hmm. If he does, telly's going on, and I'm going to probably not fall back asleep, but I'll do my damnedest.
Yeah.
So when you said you
ignore the day
tomorrow, For a moment, I was like, "What the fuck are you going to do to them?"
That's a bit dark.
We're only 5 minutes in, mate.
haven't even drunk yet. What's everybody got in their various glasses?
I've got two on the go, so I didn't want to just quaff this. That's the Dunkel from Shonorama, German brewery, who do a wonderful pills. The Dunkel, not so good. And I nearly turned my review off halfway through. And I was like, no, I think it's good to have one where you're a bit disappointed once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Hence, welcome to John's channel.
Yeah, go look at the Malort review.
And then the Oopla from Beak, which is absolutely beautiful, but I just don't want to get into it too aggressively.
Mm-hmm. What about you, John?
Oh yes, I am on Stay Put. Not the meat one this time. I'm on mint chocolate, which feels like it does belong in a beer. So I've got mint chocolate flavored beer, and I've also got gin and tonic flavored mint chocolates. Just to kind of do a side by. So that'll be fun.
That's a pairing. Right there.
And if that doesn't work, then I might crack out the mint chocolate flavored gin, which I think I've still got over there.
Wow.
Somewhere. So I'm
night.
I'm pretty minted.
I'm drinking the also a beer from Beak Brewery. Rob had this one tonight on his channel. It's the Locals IPA. It's a Citra and Nelson Sauvin IPA, and it's chef's kiss.
See, I didn't steal his chef kiss. I went like this. Bumhole.
Chef's okay.
I just went bumhole. That was my kind of like use of that sign.
Well, that's like an old. I know you're not supposed to mention it, but that's like an old Louis C.K. bit where it's like an asshole exploding. It's like that's how good it is. My asshole.
Well, I was in the moment in the bumhole kind of like moment. I was thinking, you know Nathan Barley?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had in one episode they had a game called Cockmuff Bumhole. So mentioned Cockmuff Bumhole, and Craig appears. It was kind of like it was like rock paper scissors, but cock muff bumhole.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking at that moment.
We'll play that later.
Yeah, bumhole.
There we go. And as Craig joined at the right moment, what are you supping upon, Craig?
I've just done. She's not going to go to sleep, so I just she's okay though. So I've just done some reviews here just now. I've just done them 3 St. Miles of the Desert beers.
Oh, the little. I really wanted to get those, and I thought my local beer shop would get them, but they didn't get them. How were they? I saw the initial fanfare around the release, but I didn't see anyone talk about them that much.
Double, and
very limited quantities.
Yeah.
Which is a very kind gift. Very kind gift from the Little Swift. They brought me round them 3, a couple of pressure drops, and a couple of Daya.
Wow.
Before Christmas. Yeah. They said, "Here you go, Merry Christmas." Like,
oh, how lovely.
Yeah. Craig sent me a video. Craig sent me a video of his fridge, and he opened it up, and it was like the best fridge I'd ever fucking seen. There was so much good stuff in there. I was like, "Oh, what beers you got in there? Have we got any like overlapping beers?" Just like the other day, and I was like, "I don't have any of them." Craig's got the fancy beers.
Well, I mean,
very nice.
I was feeling very lucky. A few people brought a guy I know well, works in beer merchants, brought me some stuff round, some sweets and that for little and a few beers and a glass, and it's like fucking hell. And then the same day, Little Swift come round, you go, like, fuck. And that was like 2 weeks after my other mate brought me around like this massive load. It's like just people out of the blue turning up, and then I didn't drink for 2 weeks over Christmas, so.
Quid's in.
Yeah.
Get to enjoy it now, though.
I don't need. I'm very lucky. Don't need any beer for a while.
Good. Yeah, I don't need. I bought a case of 24 from Brew by Numbers. So I'm not going to have to buy much.
I'm too tempted to do it. I think I might pull the trigger tomorrow on that one.
It's so well priced.
Yeah,
It's
it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
24 cans.
Yeah, but 8 of them are double IPAs. So fuck.
Yeah. And they're £6.50 a pop.
Yeah.
I know. It's nuts.
Yeah.
Those 8 cans
Yeah.
are pretty much the full amount.
Yeah. It would be 54 quid, wouldn't it?
But the RRP is over 100 quid, isn't it? It's like 112 quid for like the job lot.
Yeah.
So I had the Nelson the other day. You'll really like the Nelson, Jake. It's been in can for about just over a month, I'd say, maybe about 6 weeks. Quite savoury, but the Nelson's it's not got the full on kind of like Frazzles crisps, but it's still got that slightly that petrol-ish kind of like thing. But it's pretty savoury in it. But then it opens up as you drink it as well. It's lovely. I had that on Wednesday. Got it from Fuss Beer actually, Fuss Club.
Yeah. I got like some money for like my birthday and stuff, but I got it in cash. So it's like, how do I get it? How do I get the cash to people?
What's cash? To a bank. Cash.
That'll go.
Bizarre concept.
Yeah.
I found myself at the supermarket yesterday thinking, I think I need a little bit more than a basket can carry. And then I realised I didn't have any cash, and how am I going to get a trolley? Thankfully, I'm keeping my eyes open. Spotted one that but didn't require money. Trolley for me.
Quick.
If the wheels go round, they're normally the ones that are about.
Well, I think it was a little bit on the wonk. It had a bit of a wonk going on. It was a little bit like that, but it's free, innit? You get what you pay for.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, didn't have to put your quid in.
Yeah,
and then you get it back. You're only renting it. But
I was thinking about it on the way over. Like, oh shit, I've not got any money. Oh, my list's a little bit too big. Oh. Shit, I'm gonna have this really heavy fucking. I've already got a bag. I've been to the beer shop before, and I'm like, oh fucking hell, this ridiculously heavy basket. That's happened again because I'm too tight to put £1 in a trolley.
Or just get one of those
card in it.
Yeah, or a trolley token.
Yeah, but then you'd leave it, wouldn't you? I've got £1 knocking around for that very purpose, but I thought places just it's Morrison's in Guiseley. It's very posh. Well, it's relatively posh for this area anyway. I don't think they'd even need it because some people aren't going to steal a trolley in Guiseley.
I like how people think £1 is a deterrent. Like £1, like it's not an insignificant amount of money. £1, you can do a lot of £1, but like it's like if they put £1 in, they're never going to nick it. Like a teenager, it's not like, oh fuck it, £1. I'm not going to nick this trolley and do like crazy stuff with it. It's the ones that have those like magnetic wheel clamps. If you get them a certain distance away from the shop, they just shut down.
Well, my mate Gav, he takes a trolley from. He's really near Asda in Shipley, and you can you can go through Asda car park up a little snicket and onto his road. Go to his front yard now. He's got an Asda trolley in there already. So why would I bother? I'll just take this one back.
Yeah,
I go to shop later on, and then I'll bring it all the way back, so I don't have to carry anything.
Yeah,
he's like, it makes complete sense to me. So it's like I'm not stealing it. I'll take it back.
Yeah, borrow it. Does he?
I'll go like, you fucking one of those people who nick trolleys, are you? No, I'm not. I'm not stolen it.
Throw him into a canal. That's what usually happens with a stolen trolley.
I feel like the title of the stream is a little bit misleading. People will come on board for the first time and be like, oh yeah, people talking about beer, and I'm just like,
trolleys.
Yeah.
Welcome to Trolley Chat.
Yeah.
Episode 1.
It's about variety, isn't it? You got to cater for everyone.
Well,
trolley hobbyists.
I do like pushing a trolley and then getting some speed and jumping on it. There's nothing better than just whizzing down the aisle just on a trolley.
This man a series called 30 Beers for 30 Years, where he celebrated his 30th birthday. Yes, he likes to push himself along on a trolley once he gets to Yes, yeah, sure.
Yeah, exactly. I'll never grow up.
I've got advanced trolley technique anyway. I'll show you sometime. I'll turn a corner like nobody. So,
with around your front, you got really heavy, all your heavy stuff up front, and then you can just really whip it around.
I never buy that much really to warrant it.
No.
I had 4 beers and a few other bits and bats before I got there. Anyway, shop talk. Talking shop.
And that's the end of trolley talk.
Trolley talk. Well, I'm off then if that's the case.
Yeah.
That's all I came for trolley chat.
Let's move on to wheelbarrow chat. Anyone? Your wheelbarrow.
I've never owned one. My dad had one.
Each time.
Was that one?
Should I get my scooter banter ready for the next round? Or?
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Then unicycle.
Yeah.
John's got to have a good unicycle story, surely.
Them wheelbarrows. Yeah, I remember when I used to do labouring years ago.
What, with a fucking whip? I thought this was unicycle chat.
No.
What's some twat got a unicycle on a building site?
No. Wheelbarrows. Yeah. Going up one of them ramps into a skip, yeah, and all that shit. It was too steep and all that. So you just fall off. It's just simple.
Yeah.
Wallop. Bosh.
Yeah. This is like a full wheelbarrow full of bricks, and then you're like paralysed for the rest of your life.
I mean, I broke a few of the bricks, but I got out of the way.
Well, you would say you broke a few bones and you're just there nonchalantly. It's like,
I'm carrying on. That's just me.
That's just me.
6 months, it was fine.
What are you drinking, John?
All right, mint chocolate, marshmallow porter.
Terrible.
From the insane people at Tiny Rebel. It's not anywhere near as bad.
Stay puffed.
Yeah.
It's another one of these ones with every word in the title and then some.
They really leaned into that, haven't they?
Yeah.
Omnipolo.
Yeah, or Robbie's when they realised, if we name it after a band, people drink it.
Yeah. Well, that I Made thing's done well for him.
It has, yeah.
I've never had any of them. I expect them to be pretty shit.
They're poor. They're certainly poor. I mean, my first gig was in a Robbie's pub, and we were pouring them all day long for like racist Yorkshiremen. Sometimes.
Where was that?
The Pineapple Inn in Stockport, 159 Heaton Lane.
Oh, nice.
Uh-huh.
No Yorkshiremen down that way, I'll tell you that for sure. There might be racist Lancastrians, but they're not racist Yorkshiremen. Go on, get it right.
It was all the isms, really, which is hilarious because there was the woman that owned it, and then you had me and my friend were working there as the bar staff. So, depending on the night, he was either being served by an Iranian Irish woman or a gay man. And it's like, why do you still drink it? 66% of the people in this building. Why do you still work here? That's why you still drink here, even. But yeah, he's
oddly that rang a bell when you said it, but maybe I've got this weird memory of a pub's sign with a pineapple on it, like the pineapple in the plant. Got some weird memory of that. I've been to Stockport, but not for a long time.
I mean, if you'd ever been in, you would know because it had not been decorated in about 50 years.
Do you reckon it's been decorated now?
Well, last
It's
I
closed now.
I'd imagine it's had it by now. I mean, it wasn't doing great when I was there, so I'd imagine it's completely knackered by now.
So it's good for beer in Stockport these days.
It's on the up and up, yeah.
Was the Magnet there when you were there?
Yeah, the Magnet was up the road. They took most of the business. Now
The Magnet's the pub in Stockport, what everybody talks about.
there's a lot of crafty places now. So on the Underbank, you've got there's this lad called Joseph Patterson, and he's got 3 places now.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, 2 seconds.
It's alright.
Cat's fucking about.
Probably.
I'll just rattle through some comments here. We've got Thomas from Windows Beer Reviews.
Hi, Thomas.
Mosey Beers, what did I miss? Oh, you can watch it after. Ooh, everything you missed it. Glorious.
The chat.
Yeah. Where am I and what am I drinking? Assume somewhere.
I don't know. Well, that's the eternal
question,
question, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Where am I?
Everton.
And why am I drinking?
What are you drinking?
And the lovely Ollie from Pint Size.
No.
Happy New Year, Pokey Focusons. Get on here, Ollie. Come on.
Yeah, well,
We're drinking thingy. We're drinking Beak, mate. Come on.
Yeah, drinking Beak.
I like the
and I'm
ambassador
now on
for
the,
Beak.
now on the King Goblin. So,
Ollie's favourite beer.
Ollie had that with some bugs. Mike M is saying, all right, guys. All right, Mike.
Hey, all right, Mike.
And then the lovely Paul from PA Bruno saying, cheers, gents. Cheers, Paul.
Hey, pal.
Cheers, Paul.
There we go.
Right, Paul.
But yeah, I'm on. So I've gone from like one of the most up and coming sort of newly revealed.
Hang on, no, like,
to King Goblin.
Yeah,
the most pedestrian shite.
And that's the thing. It's not even bad. That's the thing. It's just so bland. it's not like it's inoffensive. That's the
Not being bad is not a bad thing.
yeah. It's also not great in this instance. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's okay, but
Old Roger, not bad.
Yeah.
Not a bad beer. There's nothing wrong with it. Have a go on Old Roger.
Oh yeah.
That's an inviting idea on a Friday night. I don't know what it is.
Is that the tagline for the beer? Just a big billboard that says that. Have a go.
Go on, you bugger. Have a go on Old Roger.
Jump on. Is that the tagline for the beer?
Yeah, I think so. I thought there was somebody else saying it.
Yeah. Yeah. Am I lagging here? That was weird.
No, don't know who could hear anyway.
When I cracked that open and poured it, my first aroma was there is a review coming up, but it's a bit of a spoiler. My first aroma was if
you don't want to see the spoilers, skip forward 25 minutes.
Yeah, just wait for a bit and then come and watch again. But I said it's like I imagine what the inside of like one of those penny pushing arcade machines smells like.
Oh,
it was very coppery.
That annoyingly had a metallic quality, which upset me.
These three.
But as soon as you said that, I could completely picture that.
Yeah.
These 3 beers I'm on now, they're really nice, but I'm really struggling with them.
Oh, really? Is it a bit much? Do you reckon you'd struggle if you weren't drinking them all together, or do you think it'd still be a struggle to get through a whole 440?
I'm still on the first one.
Yeah. Have you reviewed them? Yeah. Are they all open, or have you only reviewed one so far?
Yeah, I've reviewed every one.
Okay.
Yeah, before. So that's done. But yeah,
the double looked a bit too pale for my liking.
I said that in the review.
When I saw pictures of it, I love Smog, but I've just been drinking out of my Smog last night.
Yeah, it's really for a double. Look at that. It's really fun,
yeah. I like a really bready double.
It's not that, but I mean they're all very similar, although they're obviously different strengths and stuff. You've got single, double, and a quad. But they're all very similar in there's a few notes that run through the beers I've found.
Okay.
But yeah,
what's the quad look like? Is the quad darker?
Yeah.
Okay.
But not. I mean, it's quite pale for a quad, I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it looks dark, but it's still. I mean, I've had doubles like that.
Yeah. Tiny brewery, the Smod. I love Smod, but
Really good.
not everything.
It's really nice
Not
to try.
everything touches golden, but I mean, it's a great place. It's a place where I would like the idea of you guys kind of coming up to. Sheffield's a great day out on the beer as well. The Valley of Beer.
I said that in the review. I said at some point when the shit show ends, go up to their tap.
Yeah, great place for cask ale is Sheffield as well.
Yeah.
Proper bloody Yorkshire, South Yorkshire is that?
South
got to do
I said that in the review.
Yeah.
South Yorkshire. Yeah.
Sorry, what was that, John?
You've got to do trad in Narf.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's a podcast to listen to, and a beer podcast to listen to. A couple of friends do it, and they keep banging on about it, like, oh, well, I really miss the pub. And it becomes I'm just rolling my eyes. I find myself like speaking out loud, and like I'm walking around listening to podcasts, and just going off, just fuck off. So I don't know if I necessarily miss the pub. I miss kind of like actual human interaction. I mean, when we had that little respite between lockdown 1 and 2, it was really nice to see some mates. I think just as human beings, I think we need a little bit of actual kind of like contact.
Well, that's the thing. Like, yeah, I miss going to the pub, but I never. It's not like I was down the pub all the time. Anyway, sort of thing. It's just not. I'm just not one of those sort of people.
No.
But what I'm missing, what I've really missed last year, and hopefully it can get sorted this year, is beer festivals. It's meeting up with you guys and going on those sort of big weekends where we do the whole weekend and stuff, and we because we do a couple a year and whatnot, don't we? So it's like that's the thing I'm missing, and like we probably would have organised another piss up and everything again, and that's the big thing for me. That's what I missed that more. I think Beer O'Clock Show did a poll the other day. What have you missed, pubs or
they did beer festivals?
And pubs won massively, but like for me, it's beer festivals. It's to meet up with you guys. Like so,
well, I guess it was for me. It kind of it's neither of them. I mean, I think they simplified it too much in that sense.
Yeah,
and it was Beer O'Clock Show that was hinting at. I mean, I've known Steve Martin for years, and I've been a guest like 4 times. But I mean, they do trudge over the same fucking subjects week after week. But one thing that I think they kind of missed is the fact that everything that you said is the important bits. And like when I was doing my beak reviews earlier, and I started watching Emma Inch's thing on YouTube earlier. Which I got in 8 minutes and 34 seconds into it. And then we started doing this. And I was thinking, I'd love to go down because they're in their tap room. I'd love to go to their tap room. And if I went to the tap room, I'd meet up with Ollie. And that'd be fucking ace.
Well,
that's exactly what I want to do. Not to be too fucking pissy about it all, but it's that kind of like making those connections. I think is the thing, whether it's at a pub or at a beer festival or in a fucking hotel room in Birmingham, which it's a real kind of like wonderful moment. But it's about those kind of like connections that people make through that kind of like shared interest. Yeah. Which wherever it happens, it doesn't really matter for me. I think it's that's the thing that's important.
Yeah. Well, because and Beak are supposed to be doing a beer festival this year, which I was definitely going to go. Which I was definitely going to go to if it does still happen. I'll definitely go to that.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be getting some good stuff in by their little teaser things, but I don't know if it will happen now. But if it does, I'm going to definitely go to that.
There's lots of things, isn't there? It's in the
so many things. I just want to be like, as soon as things get a bit more fucking doable, I won't be like every available moment. I've got like, I want to go here, I want to go there, I want to go there, I want to go here. I want to go to Liverpool. I want to go to. I want to go. me and my mates got this fabled afternoon in fucking Halifax. That seems like there's like 5 of us having an afternoon in Halifax.
Sounds like a novel. Fabled afternoon.
Well, maybe it will be. But just like that just seems like a foreign concept. The idea of going out with like about 5 mates around a bunch of pubs in like a local town,
and there's other people in those pubs as well.
Yeah, and doing all the stuff in London, what we talked about, going to Bristol and so many places.
Well, I mean, we spoke about going to Reading and stuff, didn't we? Which
that's another one. Yeah. Go to Elusive, go to Double Barrel, go to Siren.
Yeah.
I'd love to do that. Jeez. If I was going there tomorrow, goodness me.
When it does. Like I have booked we have actually booked a family holiday up north later on in the year around the Skipton area. So if stuff does
really?
Up, yeah. We just have to go where there's a big house and we can get all of us in. But,
yeah. Skipton's nice.
But
a hell of a lot of beer around that way, but
right, it's because when we stayed in a similar sort of area before, and that's when I first took my dad and my brother-in-law to Leeds, and like opened their eyes to how like fucking amazing Leeds is, and I took them to Bunderbust, which was a bit of a hard sell because originally we said we're going to get like barbecue food. I was like, because the one near the brew, is it Reds near the Brewdog?
Yeah.
So I sort of said that's near Brewdog, so we could go there. And then I was like, no, we could go to Bunderbust, and I said, just bear with me a second. It's completely vegan Indian street food.
Definitely vegetarian Indian street food. Yeah.
Yeah. So I sort of had to sell it to them a little bit, but afterwards they were like, it's fucking great. It's like the best food you can have. When my dad said, he booked this big house in Skipton, I was like, we can go to Leeds again. And they're like, yes, we will. So
slightly closer down the line is Shipley. I wonder what else is on Skipton line. Let me think now. Hell of a lot. There's a few of them. It's a lovely place to have a wander around. Yeah, Skipton. There's a few little micro pubs and all that business.
Yeah, I think
there's a little shop called.
Like, if it does happen, we'd only probably be allowed to do 1 beer a day. I think that's all we could get as a family holiday.
The gateway to the Dales.
Yeah. I think is Harrogate close, isn't it? Is that close to?
Probably.
Yeah.
It's North York. It is classed as North Yorkshire, but North Yorkshire's pretty sprawling.
Yeah. But to be honest, we'd probably be only allowed 1 day of actual.
Have a look into Harrogate. I'll have a look for you. If it skipped into Harrogate, how easy is it done?
Yeah.
I don't think it's on the same line.
No.
You're on Airedale line, I'm afraid.
If I'm there, it'll have to be Leeds if everything's open. But it's October, so we could still be in this absolute shit show by October. So we'll just have to see. But it is. Yeah, because that was like
October. Fucking hell, we're not in this situation in October.
I know. Well, I don't want to be either, but
I'm just going to not be.
Yeah,
I'm gonna storm the buildings.
Well,
Smash it. I'm gonna get me woolly hat on, and smash a window and crawl through and not do a hell of a lot in particular. Selfie stick.
Take a pony.
Take a selfie stick into it.
Take a pony the other with you.
Oh, that was good. Yeah, I've enjoyed that meme. That was good.
Brilliant. Yeah. Huh.
Well, I need a whiles. Back in a minute.
Right.
It was like in that sort of respite bit again that we had. Like when I had a pint with my dad again, it was great. We went down the pub, and that seems like a lifetime ago, and it was like 6 months.
Went to the pub about 3 or 4 times. I don't know when the pub shut again. I can't remember when they actually shut. Early October, late September, was it? Something like that? I can't remember.
It was definitely October, memory serves.
Yeah.
I remember we were back in Manchester by Halloween rolling round.
End of October, yeah. That's because it was around just after that time for me. So I was like, have a few years. And it was a bit. That's right. It was the. I can tell you now. It was the 3rd of November the pub shut.
Yeah.
I know because of certain things that happened around that time. So yeah, I just remembered. So yeah, I had a couple of weeks where I was doing it. I went out in them 2 weeks quite a bit, thinking, well, I wanted to anyway, and also thinking I might not be able to do this until next year.
Yeah.
And it's what's going to happen, isn't it? So.
I think Scotland must have closed earlier then. Great. I think Sturgeon slammed the shutters down a couple of weeks beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
So it was definitely.
Scotland had those weird rules for a while where it was at a certain time you had to stop serving alcohol and all that sort of thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, we could only be open for a certain amount of time. We had to stop serving alcohol after a certain amount of time. The problem is, it just didn't work. You just had people just loitering outside. No social distancing. All you did was fire the nanny. That's essentially what happened.
Mm-hmm.
So it didn't work, but politically there needs to be seen to be doing stuff. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
alcohol's an easy target.
I mean, it's like this business with when you go into, like a pub and that you got to wear your mask walking around. And when you sit down, you can take your mask off. You look back on and compare to what's happening now with this new strain, which is obviously around then. You think, well, fucking hell. It makes you wonder. It's just in the air. Just
yeah.
Like that.
I don't know if this is some weird get in your head sort of trolling thing, or if it's a genuine existential question.
What
but Gert's saying, what's the best thing you ever did that had a huge positive impact in your life? That's a hell of a question for a Friday night after a long week at work. that is a big question.
I'm just exactly what I just did.
I'd say nothing.
Yeah,
not a fucking hell of a lot.
Yeah. My kids were a pretty big one. That was pretty positive.
Yeah. My answer was definitely there.
Yeah, but I don't have a huge, crazy, life-changing, positive thing really.
No,
not something I've done like U-turn and sort of say no, I'm stopping, I'm doing this, and it's going to make my life better, sort of thing.
It takes a very specific type of person to do that.
I think for me is probably when I first started reviewing beers. I think it changed my personality.
Oh yeah, That's a good one. Yeah.
I think that was a good thing.
That's a good one actually, Craig.
I was a little bit more confident because I was quite shy, and I still get, if I don't know people, that's a bit weird. All right.
Yeah.
And just run. But But I think that's helped me, my confidence a little bit. So.
Yeah, I think you're. I do agree in that sense.
Yeah, I think it was the huge thing he put in there. Whereas that always adds a bit more emphasis on it. But that's a really good one. Because the sort of stuff that's happened because of me doing stupid reviews on YouTube has been positive.
Yeah. No, I'd agree in that sense. But also, I do think how different would life have been if I hadn't developed a fondness for kind of like good alcohol. Would I have just been drinking kind of shit lager forever? Would I have been happy with that? What differences would it have made?
You might have ended up just sitting there on a Friday night going, this is an excellent Beaujolais with a cravat.
See, but that's it. I mean, I guess that's one of those things what kind of like takes you in this direction. I just don't think that's in my character at all. It's like what kind of music you're into, because I guess precursor to kind of like beer, like music was big, the thing that can define me in a lot of ways. And that was like going to loads of gigs, being part of a certain kind of community. I mean, you spend all your money on records and stuff and T-shirts, and that's part of your identity in many ways. So, subcultures youth subcultures. That's what I wrote my dissertation about, and I think that's a big part. It's about identity. How do you maintain that identity throughout your life? If that's an important thing, because I think a lot of people don't have specific identities, and I think often those people are boring as fuck. And I think if you've got an interest in something which involves scratching the surface, whether it's music or literature or film or food or drink, I think you're hardwired to try. You like to look a bit further. That you're not just going to accept kind of what's handed to you.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's in my head. That I can't just settle for the bog standard bullshit. Yeah, and I don't resent it. I don't kind of like. I can't. I'm not saying I don't. I love Bruce Springsteen, but I mean, by all hence the flannel shirt, obviously. But you mean most of my kind of like formative years were kind of like around the like punk scene in Leeds and stuff like that. I did have a Mohican. That will shock John, I'm sure. So it's yeah. Sorry for the long-winded answer, but I think it's about identity.
Yeah. Yeah. I've always sought to be different in everything I do, really. So I think that's where the beer thing came from. It was like sort of getting a bit bored and sort of finding new beers. I'm thinking I was all original in that, but actually no, lots of people like it. So. No, yeah, it was definitely it's definitely been a worthwhile thing doing all this beer stuff, because I've got a bit of an addictive personality, and a bit of like I don't watch like specific TV shows because I don't want to get into it. I can't have another thing where I obsess over it and I have to learn everything about it. And it's like, it's I've never seen Harry Potter because like I know I'll get into it and then I'll have to learn everything about it. And it's like, I don't want another thing where I have to learn about it. So I just refuse to watch like a lot a lot of stuff.
My mate will like that.
And I flip-flop.
I will flip a little bit.
Flip-flop a lot. Whereas, but beer, I've sort of stuck with beer for quite a while now. And I haven't got bored yet. I get bored easily.
Yeah, no. That's an interesting part. The whole getting bored of it. Especially in the beer sense. I mean, and that's as drinks tubers. Okay, not alien angel in that sense, but I kind of, when I see people kind of wavering and stuff, we all have these kind of peaks and valleys, but it's like, do it if you want to do it. Don't feel tied into doing this. Do it as much as you want, or do it as little as you want. But don't kind of like be a martyr to it. Mm-hmm. You've got no obligation to do this.
No.
Do it because you want to do it. If you don't want, sometimes you do it out of habit, and I mean we all go through that. Probably those kind of things.
I think we've all been through that at some point, where it's like you upload because you think you got to upload, and you got to.
But you don't have service it. There are some people who feel like got to churn out regular content, blah 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 blah. If that's what you're doing it for, you got a long fucking road ahead of you to make. If you're gonna make something out of this, and I don't think you'll make any. I mean, I will. I think the one that doesn't fit to it is Craft Beer Channel, because Johnny and Brad do it in a professional manner. But as hobbyists, because that's all we are. Even the most popular ones are still hobbyists, whether they like it or not. They're not treating it as a professional endeavour. Apart from, I'd say Johnny and Brad are one of the few.
Yeah, and even they have outside of that to make money.
Yeah,
that's not their sole income, is it?
No. But yeah, so don't be like don't feel obligated to produce fucking content and stuff.
Yeah. Also, there's definitely like easier ways of doing it on YouTube. Like majority of like people on YouTube are like, oh, I want to like make money off of this. it's normally a copy and paste of 5 ways that your video can rank. It's all videos all
reaction videos.
kind of thing. I mean, if I wanted to have YouTube fame and drive a Ferrari, I mean, I'd have to learn how to drive first. But if that was the case, I wouldn't be like drinking whiskey. I'd be like, reviewing Star Trek, or here's a list of the 5 kinds of twink I fucked, or something. It's like people are going to be like, ooh, not kind of like. And today we're going to be talking about North British grain whiskey. It's 27 years old, and it was made by somebody that's probably now dead. So buckle in, lads. We're in for a joyful one.
And also, like we're small fry in terms of YouTube and all that sort of thing. But I always think, if say you get a minimum of 50 views on a video, if you're in a room full of 50 people talking to 50 people, that's a lot of people in a room, in a small room.
I scale it in terms of like gigs that I've done in the past. It's like, if we got 50 bums on seats, and they're like, we're gonna have a crack at night, lads.
Here we go.
Damn right, yeah.
The jokes.
That's right.
I did a live tasting at my local bar years ago on it turned out the hottest day of the year, and it was the fucking day that Greg Grudetsky was in the fucking Wimbledon final, and I don't think anybody was going to turn up, and in the end there were like 2 people, then another 2 people joined us. In the end, we had a good old time. I'd taken some stuff, it were all about American beer, and I'd taken some stuff to share, and there were bits and bats on draft. And it was a good. I mean, you paid a bit. You paid like 20 quid or something. I can't remember. Maybe it was tenner, but you got a good fucking deal for it, and a dry hopped bottles of Budweiser with hot pellets and stuff. It was good fun. They gave me a fucking 2 of them gave me a lift home and stuff. We had a good laugh.
Yeah.
But like, oh shit, no one's coming. It was mortifying. But if I'd have had 60 people in that room, Jesus Christ, I'd have felt like a celebrity.
I used to do we used to call it Secret Beer Club, and it was a tasting event, and we used to do like a monthly one, and I presented the beers sort of thing and picked the beers, and it was run by like an events company, and we started off and there was like eight of us in a room, and the first one we did, like the guy from Burnt Meal, because Burnt Meal had literally just opened, he brought like a tank of beer, like a little corny keg of beer and like loads of stuff, and it started off with like 8 people, and I thought, fucking 8 people turned up. This is great. I can't believe there's 8 people here. This is absolute madness. And then it ended up like sometimes we'd get like 40 people. I think the highest thing was 40 people. So me picking the beers and talking to a room full of 40 people like I knew what I was doing was just insane. It was I wish like we could keep doing them, but because the company can't do any events, then it can't then obviously we can't keep doing those. But that was really good. That was like something else, really, like talking about beer and actually drinking it with people, and then sometimes they said you were right. And other times they're like, what? What are you, oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm like, what are you going on about? But and I used to pick like a lot of sour beers, and that was a hard sell to like the camera crowd in Suffolk. But yeah, if I could do that and not do the YouTube channel, I'd definitely do that. Like, beers and talking about it.
No, but the thing is, you reach beyond your kind of like your local area, and that's another thing, I guess, with the whole like, what we'd love to do. We weren't stuck here, and I'd like to think I could go to Sweden and meet up with James, or even like stay with people. I don't expect anybody to put me up or anything. I could go to Sweden and hang out with James. I could go to when I was planning to go to New York last year, I was completely hoping that Matt would drive into the city and meet up with us. And yeah, because I've done it a bunch of times, but there were all those like kind of like places I'd love to have gone to was thinking about it earlier today. Where could I go in the Netherlands and go meet up with Thomas and stuff like that? Go to like Utrecht or something and hang out with Thomas. I don't know where he lives in particular, but Utrecht's a bit more exciting than Amsterdam.
You got to flip your mic down, Rob. By the way.
Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting that.
I couldn't work out why you were quiet, and I was turning up the volume, and then John.
Yeah, no, he was saying. No, sorry, I was saying.
The audience thought that we were professionals, but
no, I was saying, yeah, all those people I'd love to have gone and kind of met up with me. I said, yeah, went to like Utrecht to meet up with Thomas, or it's not as scummy as Amsterdam. That I was saying, and like go to New York, but get Matt to drive over from New Jersey and stuff. And that's it. I mean, you don't exist. I mean, that's the great thing about this specifically is that you don't exist in your little fucking locale. Exactly. You can go anywhere, a lot of places in the world because of this.
Yeah. Well, and on that note, if I was rattle through some comments here, because this
go for it, yeah.
This hello, that's from Howdy from Australia.
Well, there you go.
Jim's man cave there. Thank you, Jim. Good day, and all that. hello, guys from Joe.
Terrifying.
Hey, Joe.
That is a crazy fun.
It's terrifying.
I'm doing dry January. Oh, we're doing moist January. So, no beers for me this month. Hankering for a beer though. Yeah.
Just don't drink as much. That's my advice. If you're concerned about that.
Mersey beers is £23 too expensive for Yellow Belly cease and desist.
For what? For how much? For that one small can?
No, I assume it's talking about an aged bottle of the cease and desist version.
If you're going to drink
an aged bottle of Yellow Belly, Yellow Belly does not age well.
Yeah. What I do instead, if you're looking to drink it, is just pick up like a Sammy Smith chocolate stout and just get that like Lotus Biscoff spread and just stir it together, and then just fucking drink that.
I've got some of that spread. It looked grim as fuck, but
it's crack, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'll smear it on a chocolate covered digestive.
Oh, yeah.
I found rich teas again, and
rich teas. You didn't say rich tea, did you? Then.
Yeah.
It's the worst biscuit ever. It's the worst biscuit ever.
I'm partial to a rich.
Most pointless biscuit ever.
Ever put some salted butter on a rich tea?
Let John speak on behalf of Rich Tea.
Tell you what, I'm just gonna. You guys talk. I'm just gonna quickly resort to my encyclopedia of biscuits by some maniac. This is a genuine book of biscuits.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Well, actually,
I believe it
was a bit out of the entire book. So I've got the page open here.
Pop your mic down, love.
Strap yourself in, love. Bourbons are also reassuringly uniform in size, regardless of the manufacturer. 61mm by 31mm being the accepted standard.
Yep, I can appreciate that.
Given their regular dimensions, perhaps bourbon biscuits could form the basis of an SI unit of measurement, with biscuits being measured in bourbons. For example, that digestive has a diameter of 1.13 bourbons. Or that liner over there is 7.6 kilobourbons long. Or the wavelength of light emitted by that krypton laser is approximately 46.1 nanobourbons. I'm sure you see what I'm guessing at.
I think a custard cream is 3/4 of a bourbon in length, but it's wider. I've got some custard creams in.
Yeah,
but I'm more for custard cream over a bourbon.
Probably are my favourite biscuit.
What are
bourbons?
Bourbon. Oh no!
In tea, dunk that in tea. Oh, fuck off, chocolate orange.
I'm not a fan of bourbon. No.
How do I kick John off the screen?
Custard creams every day. No. Custard creams every day.
Custard cream, you can't go wrong. It's not a great dunker though. I've got to say, it's not a great dunker. But I could have an handful right now.
Yeah.
I could do 6 quite easily.
I don't know who said it, but like, never trust somebody who only eats one biscuit.
Yeah.
How
Oh,
can you
yeah.
have just one
I mean, I
biscuit?
prefer
I
hobnobs.
suck up a whole roll of hobnobs before my tea's gone cold. Like it.
Yeah, hobnob.
I'm prone to not I won't say choking, but a bit of an a bit of oaty cough from a hobnob.
Choking with a hobnob.
Bastards! Don't get you, don't they? 'Cause you're troughing them down. I like hobnob. I like the hobnob with the chocolate chip in it. Oh, next level shit. That.
Another
Oh
one.
yeah.
You know those like slightly weird hobnobs that you got at school dinners that you were like, what's wrong with this hobnob? Turns out it's not a hobnob at all. It's something called an Abbey Crunch biscuit, which is distinct from hobnob because there's two separate entries there.
Oh.
I could go all day long.
There we go.
So we didn't fully address the Rich Tea situation.
Oh, I'm getting round to that. Don't you?
Right.
Don't you I'm sure that. Here we are. Plain Dunkers.
I believe it was invented by someone called Lionel.
Ooh. Hold above. Right. So, do you want to hear about the Rich Tea, the Marie biscuit, or the thin arrowroot, or the morning coffee? All of which are variants of the same theme. Just so you know.
Give us the Rich Tea news.
Right. It's a page and a half. So actually, no. It's pretty much close to 2 pages. So
don't read it all. Give us the
paraphrase.
Give you the sparkness. Well, the problem is, like, a paragraph starts here and doesn't finish until the following page.
Is there a lot of history of it? That's why.
He's sort of channeling Jane Austen, you know, that other bitch that forgot how to use punctuation. Can you imagine that
controversial?
Where would we be without the Rich Tea? It provides the ground floor on which the rest of the biscuit tower block rests. Without it, we would be directionless. With it, we have a marker that says, above me just gets better. That doesn't help my argument, actually, does it? Just gets better. While below are animal feeds. This is getting worse, actually.
What is below a fucking Rich Tea?
Well, according to this, Spanish holiday biscuits and special medical biscuits from chemists.
Spanish holiday biscuits, the ones the kind of sandwiched biscuit, like they're fucking brilliant with the kind of corrugated cardboard inner. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? It does got a Rich Tea-esque with a slightly more tanned top, and then a chocolate sandwich. Essentially, that's a Spanish holiday biscuit to me. They're beautiful.
Well, there we go. But it does say dunking, of course. The Rich Tea can dine even the staunchest anti-dunker to dunk, because it's as dry as a fucking sandal. But I mean,
I think they go fucking floppy as you like in no time, do Rich Tea.
They are
a lot of surface area, so you can a lot of absorption, and then they're prone to absolute kind of like devastation. Just
this has got to be. We've got to do a whole debate on this
biscuit chat. Debate. No, it's a big thing.
Yeah, it is.
I'm
just gonna before we get deeper,
on the standard ones. I like it for the record. Is your standard biscuit, and this is. I know it's not a full-on standard biscuit, but I'm gonna go dark chocolate, digestive, but it has to be straight from the fridge.
The fridge? Who keeps biscuits in the fridge?
Dark chocolate, digestive, and if you're a dark chocolate, Kit Kat, maybe even freezer.
You're a madman.
Serious? Not forever. Like 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, you prep your biscuit. You go, I'm gonna have one.
Oh yeah, I thought about this shit. That was all. It was my lunchtime treat. Was sometimes a dark chocolate Kit Kat, because you put it in for 20 minutes. You get a right break on it. Oh,
look what this pandemic's done to people.
So this is pre-pandemic. This is what I look forward to at work.
Right.
Go and get a dark chocolate Kit Kat.
That is a great book, though. What is that book, John?
It is called a nice cup of tea and a sit down by Nicey and Wifey. Mine's even signed by the maniacs in question. They were interviewed by Nigel Slater a few years ago. Nigel Slater's a food geek, and he he was this guy like, you're fucking sick. He's a man, you know. Do you know what? I will try and find the video, but I sent one of these over to some YouTubers in America. I thought it was that good.
Are they biscuit tubers?
No, absolutely nothing to do with it. They YouTubers that I followed since I was like pre-adolescent, pretty much. They've been doing it for a while. And they have like a segment where like people send them mail in the opening, you know, one of those kind of things. It's like, look what people sent me for free, kind of a thing. So I was like, here, I've sent you a load of biscuits and a book about it. And I will try and find it. It'll take me a while, so I won't do it now. But by next stream, you'll all be like, yeah, we saw that.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Right, I'm gonna rattle through these comments because we've got a lot.
Got a biscuit chat.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
2 minutes on biscuits, wasn't it?
We had a massive biscuit tangent, but which I'm all for that.
We're not finished yet.
Your deepest.
Great, fucking hell.
Mine was saying Rich Tea was a good biscuit. That's my deepest regret. Jim's Man Cave always go for moist January. Undefined identity equates to ugly today. Oh, that goes back to the identity stuff we were talking about.
I thought you'd open a fortune cookie or something.
Yeah, that does sound like a fortune cookie.
It does, yeah.
I love his. I love it. I love Joe's follow-up comment. The thing is, shit is complicated.
It's true. Yeah, he's bang on with that one.
Jim's
Moist.
Man Cave is enjoying the moist. Some people have an aversion to the the moist. I quite like it. It's satisfying to say.
I do.
Moist.
It says it does it. Doesn't sometimes no other word does it.
Yeah. Cheers and happy Friday. Cheers. After your pause. Some pleasantries. Hagar the Horrible. Scout.
School.
Pleasantries. I'm drinking ass.
Yes. What?
Tell me where that is from. I don't know. Gert's really leaning into the existential question.
I'm either modernist and a minimalist.
Yeah. Your thoughts on Buddhism?
Well, fair play.
Yeah.
The point of minimalism, this is one of my latest purchases, so I mean, I think that tells you.
Crikey.
Is that like a 1970s stand mixer?
No, it's a Kenwood chef.
Fairly correct, actually, on both counts. It's a K902 from the 70s. I plugged it in today, and my God, if the mechanical grease in this didn't catch fire, I don't know what did. So
it's just solidified now.
There'll be a YouTube video about how to service it.
Well, there's a hatch here, you take it off.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like if somebody came behind a radiator 30 years ago, and you were just like...
Clean out.
Oh.
Clean it out and get it greased up properly, lad.
Well, it needs a service because it's 50 years old.
The last, though, that's the thing. The last.
It's heavy though.
Kenwood chef, yeah.
Heavy, yeah.
Ooh, nice solid piece of kit.
Good shit. You mean if you still got the K mixer? Would the K mixer exist at that point?
Oh yeah, that's what's plugged on it. They meant the K-Beta.
What?
Yeah.
I've also got a Mark 1 Dalek gun, so that's fun.
Nice.
Roscoe Disco saying that they're enjoying biscuit content.
Thank you. They're going to be doing it on the chat tomorrow, aren't they? I'm sure.
If
Disco chat. Disco biscuits.
If we ever do crisps, then disco is quite a good crisp. You don't see much around nowadays.
That's one of the better salt and vinegar.
Yeah, that's really salt and vinegar. A disco.
See, apart from
bueno.
I don't care for a salt and vinegar crisp. Apart from squares.
Oh, I haven't had squares in quite some time.
It's the best
Other
one.
shapes are available. The opposite of buenos, deep fried buenos.
I
love a bueno.
Freezer bueno.
But I like a cold bueno. I like the consistency of the centre to be a little bit set, not too hard, but I like to be able to scoop it out of my tongue.
I think if you have a freezer bueno and try to deep fat fry it, you'll end up with like molten bueno dripping down from the ceiling like something out of Mario Kart. So it's not.
You have to deep fat fry a room temperature bueno. Don't make it cold.
Yeah.
Too cold.
It's a hand grenade.
You don't want it hard.
Yeah.
You don't want it too hard, Peter.
You can get like ice cream variants of bueno, can't you? Like they do like a Kinder ice cream jobby.
I had the dark one. The dark chocolate one was good. Butter.
Stuart, this is where I'm coming from. Rich tea with butter on it is fucking great.
No, it's a digestive with butter on.
Oh, digestive with butter on is equally as good.
It's better.
But and salted butter.
I'll put Marge on a digestive.
Yeah, Peter.
But yeah,
you're not join Peter.
He will work. Yeah, he finished work at 10.
And Raskin Disco. That was actually answered. I think it is. They are cakes.
Yeah.
It went to court. It go to the high courts, and it was deemed they are cakes.
Yeah. But the biscuits out there, kinda. I like a tight. I'll go Aldi's own brand myself. I don't think you need to go full brand. I don't think you need McVitie's. I think you can just go like
I'm just grabbing another beer.
Shop own brand for the Jaffa cake.
M&S do some passion fruit flavored ones. They're good.
The raspberry ones are very good from M&S as well. Dark chocolate and raspberry.
Yeah, I do like Jaffa cakes. I do like them. I think they're good. I used to like wagon wheels. I know they're not biscuit, but
I love a wagon wheel.
I haven't had one of those.
It might be in my biscuit book, so
they should be.
Oh.
They're one of those biscuits which incur the conversation of, are they as big as they used to be?
Yeah, well, I don't think. But then I was smaller when I had them as a kid. So.
Exactly. Yeah, I've had some jam ones. I remember buying toffee wagon wheels from the tuck shop at school.
Yeah, it's like it's
the toffee one was the pinnacle.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of Big Macs.
Hang on, John's got a wagon wheel page. How many pages?
I have
4 pages on wagon wheels.
3. The 4th page is titled "Has the wagon wheel got smaller?" and it's in orange, just to really highlight.
Wow. And
it does seem logical that if each successive generation of biscuit eater since the 1950s has witnessed a real and substantiated shrinking, then by now the wagon wheel would be so small that we would need special equipment just to see it, let alone remove the wrapper. Burton's, by association, would have pioneered the now emerging field of nanotechnology, and we could all enjoy wagon wheels as some sort of molecular spray applied to the back of the hand. There has, however, been one very minor and reported shrinkage some 20 years ago, when production was moved from the original factory in Slough to a new site near, it's Welsh, Llantarnam. At this time, a new and more efficient biscuit cutting roller was introduced, and this did away with the old scalloped edge. In doing so, it shaved a couple of millimeters off the biscuit.
Oh, and that's it? I love that wagon wheels were made in Slough.
Slough?
Plus, is it that David Brent song from the film? Is this Slough song?
Yeah.
It's equidistance between London and Reading. So the only bit I can remember, oddly.
Yeah, about him singing about going back to Slough, isn't it? It doesn't matter where.
I can't remember what the chorus was.
No, he mentions Ipswich in it as well. I know that.
He does.
Yeah. We'll call it Slough.
Slough. Yeah. Slog.
Sluga.
It is dreary. I mean, it is. If you ever had to drive through it, it is a dreary place. But most places are. Sorry to any Slough. Sorry to the big
Sloughians.
Yeah.
Sorry, big Slough following in on the old beer tube.
Yeah, it's just a big.
Turns out 90% of Jake's subscriber base is based in Slough.
Yeah.
I just can't. I'm trying to remember the name. I'm trying to remember
Still
the
not.
chorus.
Still had that.
I saw it today when I went to Waitrose, and I thought, I'll give that a go.
Oh, really?
Give that a little try. Yeah.
Waitrose.
Yeah. La Ti Da.
I haven't been in Waitrose since October, so I have no idea what's going on there now.
No, not a hell of a lot, I don't think.
Not bothered.
Well, I mean, the supermarkets things.
I picked up my.
I mean, we had a North one the other day, and it was fucking crap.
Yeah, I picked up the usual Fuller's things, like
yeah,
like the Imperial Stout and the vintage ale.
Yeah,
in October, early November, probably October actually.
Where's the
That's about it. Be right back. There you go. Everyone's curious. I love that. Look at that.
I had the vintage ale as part of my 30 beers for 30 years thing. I haven't picked up the Imperial Stout, but I know they're going to come down in price. I know that they're going to be in the bargain basement bit soon. So
do the Impy Stouts carry any? They're more expensive than Fuller's Vintage Ale, so you'd think that they'd be more expensive years to come than the Vintage Ale, but it doesn't work like that for some reason. I don't know what.
No, the demand's there for the Vintage Ale. I think that's it. That's pretty good for the first couple of sips I've had for a 4.2% beer.
Yeah,
what was it?
I remember Harry banging on about it like last year.
That was canned in December.
Oh,
that's pretty good. Yeah. I've never seen. I haven't obviously been going to the shops that much, and that's the first time I've seen it in Waitrose.
Oh, Rasco, how you doing, mate? I done a dry Christmas and New Year, so or New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
And I cracked my first beer about 10 minutes after New Year. So I done my dry festive period.
Yeah,
I'm just more forced on me. It was more forced on me than rather I wanted to, but so
we're doing moist January, Rasco.
Moist January.
Some Smalley said, "Hi lads, hot summer days here. Just about to crack a Fajua and Manuka flower sour that pours the color of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles ooze. Oh, I bet that's mad." And then Rasco said, "Happy New Year, gents. Happy New Year, Rasco." We've got Rasco and Disco in here in two different accounts, so I can actually tell who's who. I used to work in Slough. The aroma of chocolate wafting across the industrial estate was quite something during production, even from about a mile away.
Wow.
Oh, and then added Disco to it. There we go. Yeah. I've only ever driven through Slough. Never.
I've just remembered some.
Never stopped.
I've just remembered some of the words from Slough while I was having a piss.
Yeah.
It's my kind of town. I don't know how anyone can put you down. I'm not going to sing it, obviously. Yeah. You remember it though now?
Yeah.
My kind. Yeah, there you go. That's what happens when you sit on the toilet, isn't it? I'm doing well. Every time I go for a piss, then I drink half a litre of water. I feel like that enables me
many more pisses.
So when I have another beer.
What's that? What's that one you got there?
I'll show you in a minute. It's Guaylo. I got sent the first bunch of cans. So they're a brew from Hong Kong. Essentially, they were by a friend. They were said compared to the foam bridge of Hong Kong, they're a bit safe. They're okay, but they're a bit safe. So it's a developed brand in quite a posh area, I think. So they're sent out to a bunch of people. So a friend is was based up in Newcastle. You probably know her, but I don't want to kind of mention it out loud. But, I'll send it in private who it is. She is their kind of like UK marketing person. So they did a bunch. They did this, which is New England IPA, but it's quite low ABV, in collaboration with Behemoth, who are from Australia, I think. Then which is nice. It's quite review coming out soon. It's quite malty, quite a bit of a rye-esque kind of. Well, look at the colour of it. It's not New England IPA. It's quite. It is a bit darker. It's lovely though. It's really tasty. And then they did a double IPA, a fig stout, and a golden stout as well. And they were all brewed at Fierce up in Scotland. And then they're doing a car range, which is going to be brewed at Vocation. But which,
talking of Fierce, I had a look on that Fuss Club or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
They had a fair few of the Fierce stouts and stuff on there. Might have to try some of their stouts.
Yeah, they're the sort of better beers from Fierce, aren't they?
VBM's good.
Yeah,
they're a big moose.
Yeah, I've had one of the BBMs, but I can't. It was a barrel aged one. I don't know what it was. But yeah, I can't remember where they're based.
Some overturn on Fuss Club as well, if you're interested. I got the coconut one, which was decent, but not enough coconut. But
there never is.
Yeah, I did. Oh, it's not.
Never is. It's true. There's never quite enough coconut in the beer, is there?
I had that last night, and it was quite good.
So you're frozen. I can't see what you. Oh, right. Oh, which one's that? There? 000, the original one. Fucking hell, that's going back, isn't it? Oh no, I don't know about that.
12%.
Oh, was that the first one?
I think so.
Was that part of the thing that your mate gave you, the 50 beers in there, or?
Yeah, I had it last night, and I have to say, Death by Coconut for me is probably one of the more coconutty type stouts I've had.
Yeah.
Although it has a very bit of variation in there, I think, from batch to batch. But but this was really good. I mean, it wasn't full on overpacked, but it was above the chocolate, which is what I wanted. On the aroma, it was more dark baker's chocolate, then a bit of coconut underlying that. Yeah, but it was the right way round on the taste. So I think if you get that halfway, but that was really. I've done a review of it.
And because that was from a little while ago, wasn't it?
A couple of years ago, probably. Yeah, I was a bit disappointed by that.
Well, quite a while back, but so I've got a few stouts.
But
I want to get some more mapley type stouts and vanilla coconut type stouts. That's what I'm in my head.
Coconut's a tricky one. Oh, I had something with coconut. Oh, it was coconut macaroon from Free Hills. That was excellent.
Yeah, them ones look good.
They are great beers. The base beer is fantastic. Hopefully, well, the most recent one they've done a couple of barrel aged ones. They did a Speyside, which I'm not that fussed about. Sorry, John, I'm not that bothered. I prefer bourbon to Scotch whiskey. I'm just a bit. I've had too many fucking peaty barrel aged imperial stouts, and it's like, oh Jesus Christ, it's TCP, mate. Yeah. Too much TCP. But that's my ignorance more than anything. But I don't the TCP. I mean, I remember taking a Cloudwater Imperial Stout aged in Ardbeg, and it's too much TCP. My mate brought another beer to share, and it was another fucking peated whiskey. Like, oh Jesus Christ, too much fucking peated whiskey, fucking Imperial Stouts.
I do quite like. I've only ever had a few peated actual whiskies, not like, but I do like peated whiskey, the ones that I've had, and so I do like it translated into beer as well. But it's
peated kind of thing. So
I've got the Uber. Hold on. I'll quickly grab it. I've got the Uber P, and it's not great of a beer.
I'm going to assume.
Yeah. I met Peter, the Master of Hoppets, who's like one of the best beer tubers, been around for a long time. Peter loves peated whiskey. So like anything with peated whiskey. What are your preferred peated whiskey brands then? That's the thing. From Yeasty Boys.
Yeasty Boys, and the reason this is quite an old bottle, and the reason I have it is because it was so rank. The first bottle I had of it. This was from when I did the tasting clubs. When I ran the tasting clubs, this was one of the beers I picked, and then on the day it was like. The guy I was running it with, he was like, "Is it supposed to taste like that?" And I was like, "It is, but this is way over the top. This is TCP in a bottle."
But TCP can be fucking infected beer as well. That's the issue.
I think this was just like ultra peaty.
Put peated malt in it.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
You got a high percent peated malt. It's just going to destroy everything.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it says on the back that it'd be undrinkable, and to be fair, many of them still are. So I think it is, and I don't know when I'll crack that open. Maybe on my.
Did you pay for it?
40 beers for 40 years. No, I didn't pay for it. No.
Good.
Didn't pay for it.
Yeah. I remember Peter Master of Hoppets doing I think it was a Nurgner, which was 100% peated malt, like a porter or an imperial stout, I think.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah. But he loves that kind of shit. But yeah, so John, give us a little kind of capsule education in peated malt whiskey.
If you ask the majority of people, the two most common answers they would give would be either Lefroy, very accessible.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I've had.
Or Ardbeg, very accessible and very good. People love Ardbeg. Ardbeg is getting a little bit pricey on the higher age ones, just because people kind of go nuts for their stuff at auction, and it's translating into the consumer stuff.
Okay.
It's not good, but it does happen. If somebody came up to me and went, "Okay, recommend me a peated one," just to fuck with them a bit, I'd probably go with Lechig, because it's not from the region where Lefroy and Ardbeg and all the stereotypical ones. It's from Tobermory. Island of Tobermory, also Tobermory Distillery, because it's on Tobermory. That's so logical.
And one of the Wombles.
Naturally. The most well-known Tobermory.
What about Orinoco?
And Tomsk?
Yeah.
I think they get their barley from... I didn't know that. Port Ellen Maltings, I think, because I think the malting side of it is still operational. It's just the distillery, up until recently, was closed. So it does get it's peat element from Islay, but they make it on the island, so it's got a bit of a different character to it. I think the stuff tasty. But I'd never start off on a peated whiskey. If somebody came up to me and went, "Oh, I need to try a Scotchland Scotch," I'd be like,
it's an American, obviously. Clearly. That's that question.
It's normally once they're done telling you, it's "I'm 1/10 Scotch on my poodle's hairdresser side." We saw our family turban today. And it's like, oh man, the tourists ringed you out today, didn't they? Fucking hell. So by the time they get to you on the grass market, they're skint because they spent it all on, kilts that were
tablet and
deep fried Mars bars, all the stuff.
Yeah.
Kinder Buenos.
Tourist traps have gone.
Well, I remember watching a documentary about all the Scottish clans, and then it was the mod. I can't remember which name it was now, and most of them now reside in America, and they have this deep love for this Scottish clan, and it's they're so many times removed from it now, but they hold on to it with a firm grasp. It goes back to that identity thing we were talking about earlier. That is their basis of their identity, and they come back to the motherland and get all the whiskey.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. That's all right.
A bit up and down.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
I think what it is, because everything we're not.
She wants to hear about biscuits. That's why.
Well, she's been eating those. rusks in there? Just curious.
Should hope she's holding bit beyond a rusk.
Some adults eat rusks.
They need a word. They need to fucking have a talk to.
I'm just curious. I just wondered if that would be...
yeah. Is a rusk? Would that be in? We never did. We never give our kids rusks.
No,
neither did I.
No, I don't think anybody did.
No, I remember my
late
older
80s.
Yeah, my older sisters. I remember rusks being about, so I had a nibble on them just out of curiosity. But
No, I don't know.
yeah,
I don't think anybody apart from me gave out. I mean, if we just briefly reprise the biscuit talk. So I said. So Jake, did you nail your colours to the bourbon mask then as the
that
your
is
favourite biscuit?
classic biscuit style.
Is it your favourite though?
That I struggled to find, but yeah, go on then. Yeah, favourite biscuit is a bourbon.
Bourbon. I'm not sure about that. Craig was umming and ahhing around a Jaffa cake.
I'm a big fan of an Oreo.
You're gonna go favourite.
I'm a big. Where does Oreo sit in everyone's palate?
As a biscuit, custard creams all day long, man.
Custard
And
cream.
the great thing about it is nobody likes them either. So
I fucking love a custard
I get
cream.
them all.
I've got some in.
Yeah, I get the double ones. Like fuck that, I don't muck around with biscuits.
My kids love custard creams, and it's like we've got bourbons in. They're like, no, give us the custard creams.
Custard bullshit. That's why. Shit. No. Owen has taken an interest in like I gave him a biscuit and a mug of milk before bed, and he insists that he gets the biscuits out now. So I now get because I'd normally just have like one specific biscuit in for that purpose, but now I get a slightly more interesting range. Get a couple in, and now he insists having two, and one of his choices today. His grandma bought him like a white chocolate covered Oreo, which he obviously went for because that was exotic. But the other one he went for, he had a choice of a fancy digestive. It was a McVitie's digestive, limited edition, a chocolate biscuit with chocolate chips in it, with half chocolate coated, which are very nice, I will say. Got some jammy dodgers in there. But what did he go for?
Custard cream.
Get the fuck out of here, Garibaldi's. We're not in kind of like 1920s Greece or something.
That's a punishment.
I know it's more of an Italian name, but yeah.
That's a punishment. It's like, oh, Nan, have you got any biscuits? Yeah, I've got some Garibaldi's. Oh, I fucking have nothing.
I won't fucking bother then.
Yeah.
I'll just lick the wallpaper.
Yeah.
When I used to work in the supermarkets, or in Tesco, the supermarkets, only one. One of my good friends had a nickname, Garibaldi. Yeah, Gary, and he's bald.
That's always a classic.
That works.
Classic.
It was.
And he was covered in raisins.
Yeah,
raisins. It was
very mold
and very brittle. Very brittle. So
very
no raisin.
Square, dry, and brittle. You could be all those things as a human being, though. Okay, you could be square, dry, and brittle, and covered in currants.
That's my Tinder profile. Square, dry.
Is not in there.
Oh,
sorry, what was that? It's not in there.
A rusk
Is Garibaldi in there? I'm sure it's got some talk of Italians and blah 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 bullshit.
There's some shit going on about Garibaldi in there.
The Lincoln biscuit, if anyone remembers that, is in there. But no.
All right. Do you remember the Lincoln biscuit? Do you? Do you remember? Do you remember?
What about the humble malted milk? Who's a fan of a malted milk? I'll smash a whole thing of malted milk.
I'm going to say I'm going to trigger John. Shortbread.
John doesn't want to see shortbread again in his life.
Shortbread's great. It's, hey, here's a more convenient way of eating lots of butter. What am I going to have?
Do you know what? Shortbread is lovely. Shortbread is actually now Rob's put that in my head. I think actually shortbread's going to overtake bourbon.
What's your preferred form of shortbread?
You can't have a finger.
There's an answer to this.
A finger?
No. Fan.
Petticoat tail.
Oh, okay.
Petticoat tails. Well, the petticoat tail. Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean the whole one where you have to break it off? You mean the whole round one? Yeah.
We're not eating it all in one go, but you mean that's the petticoat?
Are we not?
Yeah.
Are we not? Just like that, I ate it like
it's a much better experience than the finger.
The finger's more accessible. You can get the finger year round.
You can get a fucking petticoat tail and fucking all year round.
Where are you getting the petticoat from all year round?
10 seconds and then blipped back in and was like,
Just needs to look a bit harder.
Edinburgh Woolen Mill. That's the only place you can get a petticoat all year round.
Tell you.
Speaking of Edinburgh, coming back to malted milks, there is an ice cream shop here.
Here we go. Look, Rory's on it.
She does all sorts of flavors, and one of the ones that she does is a tea and biscuit flavor, and the biscuit she uses is malted milks because the shop is called Mary's Milk Bar. And until I walked in the door, bought some, and then was like, oh, it's a malted milk. I was like, of course it's a malted milk.
Yeah.
It's a malted milk.
Have you ever had a malted milk with chocolate?
No.
Fantastic.
There's 2 points I'm going to address there. One of them is about the malted milk. See, growing up, my grandma used to have. Do you remember sports biscuits? They still exist. Sports biscuit, which I think is essentially the same biscuit as malted milk, but it depicts a sporting event. I'm looking more at Craig than you two youngsters.
I do remember that.
The sports biscuit.
They wear this
the same biscuit, but it's not. But a true malted milk has got the back because the border, hasn't it? A ridged border. There you go, sports biscuit. You get horse racing. You get table tennis. You get all sorts of shit. My grandma Derbyshires. I'd have a dunk in my mum's coffee of me sports biscuit.
Are the animal biscuits in there with half coated chocolate?
Yeah, I had some of them recently.
They used to be a classic. I don't know what they are now, but
I've had them recently. It's more of a digestive, small shaped digestive, I'd say. My mum bought some for Owen and I ate them, I think.
Wafers.
They're quite nice.
I might have a small pack. If I root around my pasta sauce and my condiments, I'll be able to find a small pack.
Pink wafers are nice. I like nice biscuits. The green.
Biscuits. Good. A bit of coconut. Sweet.
Oh, I love a coconut ring.
Coconut.
I love a coconut ring. I love a coconut ring.
A very Christmas orientated. I do like a Danish biscuit. You talk about getting butter into biscuits. A nice Danish biscuit is always
biscuit.
Is always good at Christmas.
Butter cookie biscuit.
Don't get continental.
I like a tweel. A nice like Belgian tweel.
Well, of course, everybody loves a tweel. Delicate and buttery.
Yeah, it is pure butter.
You can't be bringing those wild cards. It's brass tacks. It's the basics. You can't start talking about rich tea and fucking invoke a tweel. Can't you go in that direction?
Invoke tweel.
You're a pentangle and summon it up from hell.
Right, I'm gonna rattle through some more comments because we've had a few and there's some biscuit shenanigans going on.
Good.
So,
good.
Rasco's they're doing a little debate about dry January versus moist January. Use that term tomorrow night, guys. Moist January. Mersey Beers came up with it.
Yes, New Zealand.
New Zealand. Where we discuss for an hour. Decide I'm right. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Dutch Beer Geek saying cheers, guys.
I always forget. Hey, how you doing?
Are there any peated whiskey beers? Yeah, there's been beers aged in peated whiskey barrels and peated malt. They've used peated malt in beers, and all sorts. Oreo, great, but I feel like I'm cheating on local biscuits, so I don't really want to like them. Oh, okay. Fig roll, anyone? Ooh, a fig roll. I do like a fig roll.
I know what you mean, but cheating. But I feel like I love an Oreo. I had one earlier, but I feel like they really get stuck in your teeth. It's so black, you can really. It's like
an Oreo. We mentioned earlier about how you have to have multiple biscuits. An Oreo is one where I will. An Oreo will suffice. I will have more, but I don't necessarily want it.
I didn't care for fig rolls until about 2 years ago, 3 years ago. My boss bought some. I'll have a go on that.
I wish we had some of the American variants of Oreos that they do in the States.
I've had a few. I've had
loads. Vegan as well, some of them. Yeah. Oreos are vegan, I think.
I prefer the meat-based ones.
Yeah, I like a meat. No, I had one earlier. My mum bought some mainly for Owen, but I've got the coat. They've been dunked in white chocolate. Pink wafers. I'm all for a pink wafer. I'll do 6 of them in no bother.
Do you remember the Pink Panther branded ones?
Yeah.
Yes.
Pink Panther. They're the
Panther ones.
But they weren't Pink Panther related.
Yeah, I used to put
back a few years ago, and I was like, "Where'd Pink Panther go?"
I used to put them out on the shelves.
Yeah, we're already there. It's beautiful.
And he don't like shortbread. He likes
long bread.
Like a baguette.
Like a baguette.
He's on some fine whiskey.
Is it? Oh, he's on his. What is that? A Japanese whiskey?
Mm-hmm. Which one? The red, black, or the barrel?
Let us know, Rory. We have an expert. We have an expert in our midst.
Rory is currently covered by a blanket, drinking fine Japanese whiskey.
Blue Riband, yeah. I'd go down. They're more packing up. They're more of like your mum puts them in, you're packing up, rather than a pack of biscuits. A Blue Riband.
Yeah, in your dinner box.
Yeah, they're in the same band as Penguin, Kit Kat.
Yeah,
Blue Riband, Trio.
They must hold the
record. Viscount. I love a Viscount.
A club.
As John's on his bloody, John should have some Viscounts in for tonight. On his minted chocolate trip.
And you can get mint Oreos as well.
Viscount.
Did they still do United biscuits?
United biscuits. United. What were they?
Little chocolate bars.
United biscuits.
Just a chocolate bar. Just like a little biscuit. Yeah. Going back a long time. Before your time.
I can't remember. That's what I can't remember. Can you remember a United biscuit, Rob?
No.
What about
yeah, of course. You fucking do one of them in one go.
That is that. You go. I'm that. And are you a
flatten it out?
Are you a cruncher or a flattener?
Flatten it out all day. Perfectly flattened. The day's not over until you've perfectly. Absolutely.
If you ever wanted to make like a giant Dalek cake, they'd be perfect as the bumps.
Yeah.
Or a miniature Dalek cake.
Through my mind.
Just a miniature one. If you got a giant one, you'd have to make a very large tonic tea cake.
Has anyone watched Still Game? The
no.
Scottish.
I am aware of it, but no.
They do a whole bit about one of them scrunches it, one of them flattens it. It's a funny bit. But if no one's seen it, then I'm just talking to myself.
The barrel.
And he's in his blanket.
Boom.
And then Stuart's saying, I've got some Nika Takatsuru here. Sounds like a good... Oh, you're triggered John now. He's going to get some crazy Nika whiskey.
Well, I was going to say, I've got and technically I'm not wrong. This is the shit that goes into it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What was that? Full screen, Jake. Use full screen on that shiz.
It's
Ben Nevis.
Yeah. Why you can't get your mitts on it as a mortal is that they send it all to Japan because whatever this is worth, it's worth more with Japanese label on it because people are just like diarrheaing money out for it at the minute.
Branding.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's a lovely branded as a Japanese stuff. Yeah, that's great. But it's that. But it's that. Is it just sold on to them, or is it the base spirits sent over and then they do what they do with it?
No, Japanese whiskey. It's quite funny. It doesn't have to be made in Japan. It has to be like. I think the rules with it are it has to be rested in Japan for like 6 months or about it. I think once upon a time it was that they just had to pay the import tax and that was it. You could call it Japanese whiskey after that. So it could be from France, Sweden, anywhere. It could literally be anywhere. Okay. The reason they use the Ben Nevis is because it's very good at adding character to it. So it's kind of just used as like a flavor enhancer, basically. But Nika own Ben Nevis, so that's why they send that, because they have whiskey output and they send it off. But they're only interested in getting the money off of it at the end of the day. Which I suppose is remarkable that they make such a good one. I suppose because it's still actually really fucking nice. But a guy from the distillery actually got in touch with me after I did a review of an IV sample, and he was like, "Do you want a bottle? I'll sell one to you." And I was like, "This seems dodgy." Yeah, okay.
So I guess if they're doing really good stuff, but they're not one of those big brands that people can fawn over. That's probably a good business decision because you're like, well, they're making good shit. We can either just slap our name on it and hang about and like ship it over to Japan and pass it off as our stuff for like free after 2 months, or do a little bit of whatever we want. Because Japanese whiskey does have a really good name, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's
He's on the quad.
It's on the quad.
After
quad. He's on the quad.
Won an award a few years ago.
I don't know why I started.
Sorry, God. Sorry, John. You were saying insightful things about Japanese whiskey and Craig. He's on the quad. The quad.
I was just saying that like Japanese whiskey won like a world award a few years ago, and everyone was kind of like, and then since then it's just kind of like, yeah.
We've got a couple in the shop. I can't remember which they are, but I'll have a sniff when people buy one. I just can't. I like the smell of whiskey. I just can't drink it. It sends shivers down my spine.
I used to get shit back drunk on that stuff when I was
it's not the best in the world, but my father-in-law just randomly, like for some reason he didn't know I liked whiskey, and he was like, "Oh, someone gave me this once," and he was like, "Oh," and I was like, and he goes, "Do you want it?" I was like, "Yeah, I'll just take it."
If the chance comes upon us, John, I remember my dad was given a bottle of whiskey years ago, and it's open, but it's old as fuck, and it's not a good brand. It might be. What did you just hold up then, Jake?
Glenfiddich.
It might be a really old bottle of Glenfiddich or something like that. It might be 35 years old. It has been open. It's probably been the small amount's been drank out. It's they've probably moved it to like 2 different houses, and I'll swipe it out of their cupboard and be like, "What's this all about?" Like, here you go. Yeah, how horrendous is this? You never know what it is.
My granddad used to love Scotch. He used to have quite a selection, and hey son, do you want a wee dram? You know, it's that kind of. Hang on, 2 seconds.
Well, my dad did played a lot of golf, and you get him in. You get given bottles, and you get and you win raffles and stuff. And that was always in raffles with bottles of shit whiskey. But then my parents barely drink, so they're like, "Yeah, I'll bring that. Here you go. Here's a 1991 bottle. fucking Glenfiddich. It's been open since then. A small amount's been taken out, like 3 years after after its bottling, but since then it's been looked after. It's been well cellared in a Yorkshire kitchen.
The best seller in for whiskey.
Well, naturally.
It'll be milder if that's the case.
It'll do what?
It'll be milder in that case because as soon as you pop cork, unless you add inert gas to it, oxygen reacts.
Oxidising it, yeah.
Yeah, but also, I mean, because of the British climate, evaporation, so it might be weaker. If you really put the cork on, or if you're just kind of like,
Okay.
So, yeah.
I'll give it a go next time I go over.
But it might be more approachable purely because a lot of it will fuck off at this point.
I'll take a photo and I'll have a wee nip.
I'll tell you what, at some point I should probably teach you how to drink, which is like I've done it enough at where I work, or rather where I've been furloughed from, that normally it's because people have gotten it when they were young and they've just gone, oh yeah, haha, what? And then they've gone, bleh, and then ruined the carpet. It's a strong liquid at the end of the day, and you do need to approach it in a way that is going to make it more approachable. I've got a few tricks. There's no like right way of drinking it, but there's a way of making it easier.
Yeah, I watched Ralphie for a while and developed an interest. But then, so yeah. But but I find him quite engaging. I like his setting.
Yeah, and there's no.
And he's not snobbish about it.
There isn't, It's like, I'm a bit of a up myself cunt. Like he's completely unpretentious,
But probably has thousands of pounds worth of whiskey ferreted
like,
away in his bothy in fucking some fucking shed in the Isle of Man or something.
Gonna have a hobby? Why the fuck not? And the way you put it, old people spend money on clothes and cars and prostitutes.
A collection of prostitutes.
Clothes, cars, and prostitutes. I don't do any of those things. But,
well, we've been joined by the illustrious Matt from Massive Beer.
Speaking of whores and all that good stuff, America's in the house. What's going on?
Your 2021 in America has gone off.
Yes. It's very much. We're fucking awesome.
I've been watching the next episode of Total Wipeout, loving it.
Yep.
Just thinking.
Yep.
You thought you were in a bad way. Look at us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's all made me feel a bit better. I was like, we're the worst country, and then the stuff happened in America, and I was like, we're teetering there.
We're both countries that are both very interested in killing ourselves. We're just going about in very different ways.
Exactly. Yeah. Just two different approaches, equally effective.
The only I mean, there's bright spots to all this because it's because it's like all the people that are being hot garbage just for the sake of posturing are now like, okay, we've gone a little bit too far now. We're trying to make a statement. Everybody stop. But then we have the grand fucking Agent Orange still doing his thing. So
when you have like Mike Pence sort of doing a little bit of a bat away,
you're
like, well, shit's gone down.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. It sucks, man. It sucks, but it doesn't suck. It's weird. It's a weird world to live in. I live in a farm in the middle of nowhere. I'm a very happy person that I don't have to
it's a bit of like a gratification thing as well. It's like, see, that's what those people are like. Yeah. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, but the problem is there's 75 million of them here.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
From an impassionate historical perspective, it's a very good thing it happened. Hear me out. It shows his true colours.
Oh yeah.
As blatantly as humanly possible. People can be like, "Oh, he's a cunt," and like, well, that's a political opinion. It's like, "Oh, he's great." Well, that's a political opinion. You have literal action now that is irrefutable, where he's been abandoned left, right, and centre pretty much, and they're kind of like, "You can't get around this one."
See, I would even. It's not even so much that, because I think it's he didn't show his true colors. He showed his true colors so much that everybody thought it was okay to show their true colors. So you got to see how everybody else would do. My favorite part about this is that since he like literally incited violence, he didn't put two and two together and realize that actually holds consequences. So since it holds consequences, that you can, you know what I mean, like. You can't do that. Like, that's like, you know what I mean? That's not, you can't do it. So he's literally shut the fuck up. Like, it's the first time he's got smacked in the ass and he shut the fuck up. Like, he's like literally like, oh, I'm scared, because he's literally like, oh wait, I can go to jail, legit jail, not like racketeering bullshit, like stealing money, like literally inciting violence and causing insurrection. Like, they're like, oh wait a minute, this is treasonous shit that I could literally go to federal prison for. So he's literally just like, shut up. It's the first time he's got someone punch him in the fucking face. You know what I mean? Shut himself up. So that's pretty awesome.
I hope he really does get done for it, though. It's the least he fucking should get done for.
I mean, he's like, it's going to be so ungratifying, because what's going to happen is that he's going to go into, something's going to happen to where he's going to go in front of a court and he's about to be sentenced, and then he'll have a heart attack and die, and they'll be like, fuck, man, he can't rot in jail, this sucks.
That's Jimmy Savile, isn't it?
Yeah.
The old Jimmy Savile approach.
Yeah. Pop your clogs before people can get you.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. I think, I hope it. Well, regardless of whatever, I think he's fucked. Like, as a commercial entity, he can't be what he's been for such a long time.
Yeah, but you have to understand that, like,
stuff.
You have to understand that, like, I mean, he's got 49% of the country behind him. Do you know what I mean? Like, so you have to understand, like, that's the scariest part. It's not so much him; it's that there was 49% of the country wanted him. So let's say he's not going to lose them. They're zealots. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're like, he could literally like let's put it this way. He said before he got elected, he's like, he got caught on tape saying I could walk on down the street and shoot somebody and they would love me for it. And he literally kind of did that, and they love him for it. Like, there's like, you know what I mean? Like, I hear it. It's not, I don't see it just on the internet. Like, I hear in real life people, like, legitimately saying, like, oh, this is staged just to make them look bad. Like, real humans saying this in my presence. So it's not something that's just like the 1 percentile, you know?
Yeah. A bit thing I watched earlier, there were a woman all upset because she'd been maced.
Yes.
And it said that she'd been maced because she was trying to fucking break in.
Yeah, like, break into the Capitol building.
You're upset because you've been maced. I'm like, hang on.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And her excuse was to start the revolution.
Fucking. And then, it was Stephen Colbert watching. He was like, do you know what happens to most revolutionaries? They cut their fucking head off.
Yeah. But the best one I saw today.
Do you know what everybody who survived the revolution said? Nothing, because they cut their fucking heads off.
The best thing I saw today was like, it was a picture of him with his quote when he said he did his 1 minute address, saying like, basically saying that he what did he say? He's like, you're great people and I love you. But he said that to the people that broke in.
Yeah.
In an address, like a video address yesterday.
Sorry.
And underneath that was a news caption saying they spent 1 hour cleaning smeared feces from inside the Congress, that people like smeared shit on the walls and shit like that inside the Congress. Yeah. Like people like shit in their hands and smeared on the walls for fun. And then, but they had the caption, this is real. This is all real. Like, they had to clean shit off the walls. And those are the people he said, you're great people and I love you.
Mm-hmm.
Smeared shit on the walls.
Sorry. I didn't hear any of that because I'm taking this in. Twitter have banned him. They've actually done it.
What? Not just the 12 hours?
He's back. No, he's back on now. He was banned for 12 hours.
No, like 4 minutes ago, breaking news, Twitter suspends Trump's account. That is the headline.
Well, Instagram stopped him, didn't they?
Yeah, Twitter.
Yeah, no.
Is the arsehole.
That's it, man. He's done, isn't he? Yeah,
Instagram. Recent tweets.
Let's do it.
You know what my favorite? Here.
It doesn't do it.
Hold on, let me reload it. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, hang about. Permanently suspended. It said they would ban him if he breached the platform. So permanently suspended. He's been suspended, not so permanent is hyperbole.
Yeah.
Here. Zoom in again. I want to show you one of my favorite. This is when I'm feeling down about myself. I always do this. So if you do this, if you go on Twitter and you type in racist and click search, it comes up with top. And if you click people.
There we go.
So whenever I'm feeling a little bit down, I just go to Twitter and type racist and click people, and I'm like,
You check it to make sure it's still the top one.
Yeah.
Still there. Number one.
Yeah, Facebook and Instagram suspended him till after the inauguration. So Twitter basically followed, and it's just like, and I was listening to a public commentary about his suspension earlier in the day. I mean, obviously he was suspended from Twitter for 12 hours, but now he's suspended permanently.
Yeah.
And they actually they're genuinely concerned for anybody, the people left around him, because Twitter was his only avenue for venting.
Yeah.
So now, who's gonna bear the brunt of that? You know what I mean? Because it's got to go somewhere. So he has no social media unless he joins Parler. You know what I mean? And then it's gonna be his kid, his wife, his staffer. Who's gonna bear that brunt? So someone's gonna eat
which
it.
version of his wife?
Yeah. I use that loosely. I say wife, president. It's all very loose termage. Yeah.
The fake Melania thing is hilarious. It's just fucking nuts, isn't it?
It's fucking.
Buys in a woman who will hold his hand.
I'm having a baby in 2 months, man. I can't believe I'm bringing a baby into this shit. That's pretty crazy.
It is bonkers. It is absolutely fucking insane.
Bonkers is about perfect as far as.
There's been no situation.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just 2021 trying to prove that you thought fucking 2020 was bad. Take a deep fucking swig of this shit. We were storming the Capitol, and Jesus Christ, yeah, it's insane. But yeah, it makes everybody else feel bad about themselves, I guess, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And some of the people who got in there, though, Jesus Christ. The dude in the Jamiroquai outfit.
Yeah.
The guy stealing the podium. So many of those fucking Steadicam kind of handheld
gimbals
things going through windows and shit.
Yeah.
I'm not sure this how true revolutions occurred, through you documenting it on your fucking Instagram stories.
The craziest part about it, I shouldn't say craziest, the most gratifying part about it is those people are going to jail. It's not like they're going to go. They're not going to go. They're not going to go to the municipal court and get a fine. They're going to federal prison. You know what I mean? But the thing is, they don't understand it. It's the whole kind of they don't think anything's going to happen because nothing has ever happened to them. They've been able to yell and scream and just do whatever they wanted, and maybe they get a fine or maybe whatever. But no, they're going to fucking jail. It's not this is it's going to be worse because it's not like. If someone jumped across the barrier and ran into the Capitol, they would get in trouble.
Yeah.
But this is going to be we're going to prove a point here.
Yeah.
And we're going to show that this is dead serious and you can't do this. So you motherfuckers are going to get you're gonna get a book, man. They're gonna throw the book at him, and it's gonna be fucking fantastic.
That guy who sat at Nancy Pelosi's desk with his feet on it.
He's already arrested. He's already arrested.
Yeah, he took a letter or something. Is it the guy who took the letter and he got?
Well, no, he wrote on the Manila thing. We won't back down. Blah blah blah. All this shit. But that dude's already in custody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he's one of the funniest tweets I saw. Where it was from I can't remember the guy's name. It was from a screenwriter. And he says, like, a big part of my job is coming up with ways for terrorists to get into the Capitol building. Turns out they can just walk in.
Yeah, that's pathetic. Right?
Well, if you go on Twitter and type in "more secure than the Capitol," and then it'll be like, it's harder to get in my Google account when I can't remember the password than it is to get into the Capitol. Like shit like that. Like it's harder to get into right now during the pandemic. It's harder to get into in Tesco's than it is to get in the fucking Capitol. You know what I mean?
There wasn't a two-factor authentication to it.
yeah.
There's more security on in McDonald's on a Saturday night than there is in the Capitol.
Exactly.
It's balmy. I mean, when you talk about that kind of thing, I remember being in like Italian airports, like in the like early 2000s, and be like fucking couple of dudes with big machine guns, not just like a fucking sub-automatic, a big fucking machine gun. You're not gonna fuck around in that place, are you? So that dude's gonna cut you down. And it's just they just that footage of that guy getting chased up the stairs and stuff.
Well, it's just sort of the police hold them back, and then it's just like they just sort of just go.
Yeah, because it's a crowd full of like redneck vaping white dudes. Like they just don't. They're not going to shoot them. And my favorite subplot was like everybody tried to. There's like been all this kind of talk about like it was staged. It's like Antifa did it just to make Trump supporters look bad. Even though every Trump supporter is live streaming it and going, yes, I'm fucking all this shit up until they're getting arrested. And go, oh, it was Antifa. But it's like there's this tattoo on this guy's hand from a video game called Dishonored. It's a really good video game, but one of the he's like literally like one of the heads of like the alt-right like Nazi movement, and he has this tattoo from this video game on his thing, and it has the ever so slightest resemblance. If you are half drunk and falling over at the same time, you might think it might kind of look in some sort of fashion like a hammer and sickle. So they're like, that's proof. It's a communist. It's Antifa. And it looks exactly like the tattoo from the video game. And they're like, no, everybody's like, that's literally from Dishonored. It's called The Mark of the Outsider. It's a video game tattoo. Like, it's not a hammer and sickle. But these people, you can't talk to them, man. They just don't. They believe what they believe.
Yeah. Crazy.
There we go.
Anywho, I'm going to have to skedaddle. It's been fun.
We'll see you later.
Been enlightening. Cheerio.
Speak to you later. And what are you drinking, Matt? Unless they've already asked you.
No, this is it's a Burlington Beer Company. I don't know if you guys get any of their stuff over there.
No, I don't think we do yet. I've never seen Burlington over here.
Yeah, Burlington Beer Company. They're in Vermont. They're in Burlington, Vermont, which is like 30, 40 minutes away from Hill Farm or Alchemist, and then like an hour away from Hill Farmstead. So it's all in that same area. It's just like a 6% hazy, and they make really good beer. But the thing is, with COVID and whatnot, everything is hitting distro. So I picked this up about 15 minutes away from where I live for a reasonable price too. It was like off a shelf, a 4-pack, or off a cooler. A 4-pack was like $15 American.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, for a brewery you'd typically have to travel to Vermont to pick up.
Yeah, are they held in a similar regard to their neighbors?
Yes and no. I wouldn't say they're because they're larger and they already did like distribution in Vermont. So since they were semi-attainable, they didn't have the cachet as like, Hill Farmstead or places like that. But they're kind of like Lawson's level kind of popularity. They make really good beer. And they make everything. They don't just make hazies. They make big Belgian influenced beers and barrel aged stuff and stouts. So they have a pretty the tap room's awesome. I've been there several times, and this is a really good brewery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've just cracked open a can of Wiper and True's. It's a mimosa style Berliner Weiss.
Match made in heaven.
Yeah, I just fancied something to perk me up a little bit. I had King Goblin earlier, so that's sort of ruined my palate.
What is that, like a bigger version of Hobgoblin, or what is that?
Essentially, yeah. It literally is. That's what it is, and it's not the best, but sort of. Well, and John, I saw you hold up your Tiny Rebel can, but I didn't quite make out what you were actually drinking, and I saw your bewildered face when you sipped it, but we were talking about something else at that time. Welcome to the party, pal. Snowball IPA. So what's a Snowball IPA?
Well,
not like an Avocar IPA, is it?
apparently so.
Okay.
We love Snowball cocktails at Christmas, but it says the taste is coconut, tropical, and creamy with coconut and lemon. So I don't know if they're maybe going for like the biscuit with like coconut on top, maybe. But it just
as in the Snowball, as in the Snowball biscuit. Oh, okay, that makes more sense than the weird Avocar thing.
I know, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it just kind of tastes odd more than anything else. I'm looking at the ingredients actually to see if there's anything like, ingredients Advocar, but there doesn't seem to.
How much Tiny Rebel do you buy? It seems like you double down on the Tiny Rebel stuff.
Normally, not much, but the beer shop that's near me now, they have. Do you know they only have like 3 cans of Tiny Rebel in, like 3 lines, and I got 2 of them tonight. So I was like, "Oh, Snowball, that's funny because I've done so much Advocar stuff this last month." And the other one was like, "Yeah, I like mint," so it just kind of scratched an itch. I did also get, but I had it before the stream started. This pupper.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it's not all the Reb.
No, Tiny T-Reb, as they're called. No, yeah, I haven't had Tiny Rebel stuff in a while. But I was intrigued by their meat ale. I was intrigued to try their honey roast, whatever the hell that stout was.
Can you not get any more? Because the shop near me still has some flesh ale.
I possibly could get it, but I think the impetus is gone now. on that particular one, I saw you review it. I saw Harry and Adam review it. And I think I know everything that beer's about now.
Like,
they weren't ringing endorsements. It wasn't an advert for that beer. Your guys' reviews of that particular beverage.
What do you have against getting a can of Guinness and ramming it up a gammon?
Yeah, I think I prefer to have the gammon cooked in Guinness as opposed to having the beer with gammon in it. That's the way round. I want that transaction to happen.
Yeah, that's there. It's very brainy. It's an odd one, that one. For sure. I just bought it for clicks, and I went through all that bullshit for nothing. Should have just cracked open the Malort earlier and gotten on with it.
Yeah, that Malort video. I don't know if Matt, have you had Malort?
I have never had it, and I want to drink it so bad. Like, you have no idea.
That was my exact, because John did a video on Malort, and that was my exact comment. It was like, why do I want to drink this so bad?
Yeah. I can get it, actually. Like, I can get it. People have said, I'll send you a bottle, but they don't. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I'm like, then send me a fucking bottle. And then they don't. I'm like, I'll pay you. I'm like, I don't fucking care. And they just never do. I'm like, just send it to me so I can drink and know how horrible it is, please.
Jake, if you want some Malort, that can be arranged. Like, I have no plans or intentions with the remaining 90 milliliters that I have.
Oh, I can't wait. See, I want to see. Here's the thing, though. If I get it, well, if I get it, I'll have to drink it. It'll be the only spirit I'll probably ever do on my channel. But I want to set it up as a toast for my family during a family function too. Like, I want to them not knowing what it is, you know what I mean, and be like, let's do a toast, because we usually my wife's family is like essentially my family now, because my parents have passed and whatnot, and I live in her area, so we always drink aquavit, and that's what we drink during the holidays. So that's the toasting thing. So we always do that after dinner, and I just want to be like, oh, let's do this instead, and just see what everybody does. It'll be like that fucking Stand By Me where everybody starts throwing up.
Yeah. That would be great. That is the ultimate prank. You think someone's going to get a nice tasty shot?
Hell of it.
What? Live?
Yeah, live.
A lot live. That was a good video. That was very good. I was quickly run through some comments while he's procuring his Malort. Has anyone done quality street flavored imperial stouts? They must have done chocolate caramel stouts and mint and orange.
We got into that, but I mean, I don't think. Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's ever done an actual branded quality street beer. If anyone's going to do it, it'd be Northern Monk with the Aunt Bessie's shenanigans and all that. Craig said he'll be back soon. That's fine, Craig. No worries, mate. And then, what are the chances that Trump doesn't turn up to the Biden inauguration, but Pence does the handover instead, and Trump gets arrested? Is Biden pardoning him? Well, I don't know. We've done our political talk for the for the time, I think. And then Thomas saying hi again on a different account, and then Mr. Orange having a can of Ghost Ship for the first time, nowhere near as good as Bob. I'm the other way around on Ghost Ship. I prefer the can to the bottle, but there we go. Not sure if it's in my head or if there is a difference. It's the same going in. It's the same beer going into it, but I know that they do send the beer away for bottling and canning. They don't do it in house. They do. I think they ship it to Marston's. Adnams do to actually bottle and can their beer. So there we go. But John's got the Malort out.
I know. I don't want to either, buddy.
John's got the Malort, but save me a bit.
Oh, don't worry. I've got another bottle of this yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the drunk monkeys were unduly generous, unnecessarily generous
with them. So what in its essence, what is it like hawthorn bush or something like that? What is actually in Malort?
It's like a perversion of a Swedish, I think like a gentian liqueur. It's
wood based, right? It's from wood.
Yeah,
I believe.
I think there's like wormwood and stuff in here, and it is.
Oh, wormwood. That's what I was thinking of, not hawthorn. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is nightmare fuel. That's the thing. So I was like, I quite like some bitter flavors. I've had a few double IPAs in my time. I've had a few neat gins and stuff. I quite like licorice. How bad can this be? And then I was like, that was a genuine reaction. It wasn't kind of like I know people put this on, so I'm going to do it. It was like, it hit me because I was like, this is getting worse, not better. I don't.
Well, in your video, you can almost. Well, for me anyway, watching it.
Wait, did you sip on it? Like you didn't do a shot and done. You actually sat and sipped on it like a maniac.
Like a maniac. Well, because in your
insanity, man.
In your video, I felt like you tried to like it initially.
That's the thing,
and then you were like, no.
That's the thing. It was a gift, and it was not easy for them to send me. And I was like, right, I know the reputation of this. I'm probably not going to like it too much, but I'll do what I can.
You'll drink any old shit. You got all that tiny Red Bull. You'll drink anything.
I mean, I will. I had what are they bloody called? White Claw in touch today.
In touch?
Yeah, well, they sent an email, and I was like, oh god, I'm in trouble now. And they were like, hey, we saw your YouTube channel. Do you want to review some of our stuff? And I was like, didn't even bother to check if I'd already done it because I have, and it's bad.
Where's my email of my poor review of White Claw?
You don't want, but you proved a point because in the video I said it's just marketing bullshit, and that proves it. They wouldn't even take the 5 seconds to search White Claw on the channel and be like, has he done it already? What did you think of it?
Mm-hmm.
So it's absolute minimum effort, lads. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
there is a White Claw UK, isn't
White
there?
Claw is shit.
Yeah. White Claw is shit.
Yeah, I'm not going to be Diageo's good
How,
books.
how many White Claws have you had, Matt? 0.
And honestly, no, and that's not me being like, I'll never drink that shit. I would try it. I just have never been around it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, my wife likes seltzers. But she likes, like, she's very particular. Like, she doesn't want, like, corn syrup and sugar. She wants organic stuff, so she wouldn't drink that. So she would drink, like, other stuff. So I've had seltzers before. I'm not beneath it. I'm not going to poop on it. I've just never had one, you know?
Yeah.
I try it. I don't care.
I think my trouble with them is I already don't like sparkling water. I
hate it. I hate sparkling water. It's the worst.
Yeah, so like I don't want sparkling water alcohol.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what flavor it is. It's like I don't actually enjoy sparkling water, so like I'm never gonna. I was always on a bad foot with them anyway.
Let me ask you this: if you're not gonna drink beer, what would you drink? Or what will you drink? Like if you're not gonna have a beer, be like,
mine's either whiskey or wine.
I can't fuck with wine.
Got a mellow boy here.
Yeah. I'm a gin or scotch guy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've never got on with gin. I
never did until my wife turned me on to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, because gin, if you drink gin straight, it's the worst thing in the history of mankind. But if you drink it in seltzer water quinine, it like there's a chemical reaction happens and it changes it, and it tastes delicious. It's like drinking alcoholic like soda pop 7-Up in an organic form. It's fantastic.
I love how you worded that. It's like my wife turned me on to it. It's like we should kind of like drink this and I'll give you an HJ. Like how?
That's how we roll. Sexual favors for alcohol tips. That's how we do. It's like Patreon for handies.
Tit for tat. There we go. Anyway, where's this Malort business going down, John? Come on. I want the views to go up on this channel rapidly.
Snort it.
Do it.
Do an eye shot.
He keeps trying to stop me. Bless him. He knows.
Yeah. Mo's trying to stop you.
You can do this. So you do kind of. Actually, no, you don't. No, you don't get used to it.
What is the so the thing I still don't particularly understand about it? What is the purpose of it? Is it to mix? Is it to like mix with stuff, or is it literally just a shot? It's just a strong alcohol, disgusting to shot.
Well, I mean, you need to remember that this stuff comes from the same country that still practices capital punishment, and I think that tells you everything you need to know, really. Oh, Jesus.
Is that what's in the syringes? Just Malort.
We're not that inhumane.
I wonder how this would mix with Advocar.
Curdlet, perhaps. There's only one way to find out, John. I'm sure you've got a bottle of Advocar knocking around there.
Battery's falling out of the mouse. I was going to disappear there. There we go.
Yeah. How come John has a different picture every time? That's amazing. But yeah, John has every type of spirit knocking about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, any random shit. He'll just have a little tiny bottle of it, not like a full bottle. Just like, yeah, I've got that.
I'm envious of that in some form or fashion.
Yeah,
but I don't drink spirit all that much. Mostly during like scotch, I'll drink scotch. Like scotch is like a celebratory like big deal thing for me. Mm-hmm. Like it's like a couple times a year. Gin during the summer is so good, man. Gin and tonic. You know what I mean? I'm just sitting outside is fucking fantastic. Outside of that, you know why? Because if I pour beer in this glass to the top, and I pour gin and tonic to the top of this glass, I will drink both of them at the exact same
The
rate
exact
of speed.
same rate, yeah.
And that's fucking dangerous. And that's dangerous for my body and my life.
Yeah, it's also because I do like whiskey and I do like trying different whiskeys, but I don't allow myself to get in too deep because I'm already in too deep with this beer thing. So I can't have another thing.
No. Yeah, and especially because everything else is exponentially more expensive.
Yeah,
because from here it's not like beer. It's like, let me get in a scotch. Good luck with that. You know what I mean? Good luck. Yeah. Have fun with that 5,000.
I'll buy one every 3 months, maybe.
When I bought this beer that I was drinking earlier. I bought this off the shelf at a local, we call them a wine and spirit shop. It's just basically a place that sells only beer and liquor. Mm-hmm. And when I left that place, they have a case right when you leave of all their expensive liquors. They had a $64,000 bottle of scotch in the glass case.
Yeah.
In the middle of nowhere in Jersey, in a podunk little fucking place. A 64,000, not 6,400, 64,000. Like, it's like, really? You know what I mean? Like...
Yeah, well, I used to go to, well, before the whole COVID thing, one of my favourite pubs where I live, they have a really good whiskey selection. Really good spirit selection in general, tequila and all random stuff. But they have this bottle on the shelf, and I can't remember. I've got a picture of it somewhere, but it was 60 quid a measure of this stuff. And we was like, if we win the lottery, we'll meet here, and we'll just fucking buy that bottle. Because if they're selling it, and actually, I got talking to the barman one day, and it was when it was completely empty, this pub, and I said, how many people like actually come in and get a shot there? And he said that people have had a few over the years, and he actually put a Sharpie mark on it. He said there you go, I'll put a Sharpie mark on where it is now, so next time you come in, you can see if anyone's actually been dipping into the 60 quid a shot 60 quid a shot stuff. But I can't imagine doing that, really. It's like there we go. Here's 60 quid for just one tiny measure of liquid.
Well, I was lucky enough to where when my mom passed away in like 2002, and she was a Scotch drinker, so like I kind of got into Scotch as some like weird kind of homage to her for a little bit, but not like serious. Like I was just like, I drank I thought I was drinking good Scotch, but I was drinking shit Scotch. And then a buddy of mine, I tried to get him into Scotch. He was like, yeah, Scotch is devil and it's the worst thing ever. And then we kind of moved apart. You know what I mean? Like he moved away, and I lived where I was, and then I would say 7 or 8 years later, he kind of moved back to the area, and he got like super hardcore into Scotch, and then he spoiled me with like the craziest Scotch. Like I was not like shit like shit like this. Like he would come over and we'd drink a bottle of this in a night, like a genuinely 45-year-old bottle of Scotch. And I have like, there's like racks that like all like you get to see like there's like bottles and bottles and bottles of the Scotch up there. And he ended up coming into he ended up it's like we have this is my favorite one. It was a 658 Glen Grant that was bottled in 2009. You know what I mean? So you're talking about, 40, 45, no, yeah, a 6-year-old bottle of Scotch. And he when he left, he came into money, and he knew I liked Scotch, so he could come back and be like, let's just sit all night and drink. And I'm drinking this shit. I couldn't fucking afford this shit. This is like crazy shit. But he would be like, we're doing it. And we would just sit there and fucking drink. So I had this crazy like period of time where I drank this amazing Scotch that I had no earthly reason to drink. So that's like my best experience ever. And here's the thing. I would never be able to buy that Scotch, but I know why it costs what it costs. Like I was like, fuck yeah, dude. This shit's so good.
Well, afterwards you're like, can I have the bottle? Can I take the bottle?
Well, he would come over, we drink the whole bottle, and he'd leave the bottle. So that's
okay. Oh, is that your house?
We drink the whole bottle in a night between the two of us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he was a weird dude. He would come over and be like, "We're not leaving until this is done." I was like, "Okay." What's going on, Craig?
I guess we're not leaving.
I've been listening. I've just got my daughter back to sleep. So,
Yeah,
good
no worries.
conversation.
Okay.
Like it.
Well, I was talking a lot, so she definitely went to sleep. So
I don't have antique stuff. I do have the stuff that people leave alone. So this is like hay from 50 years ago, and I have it just purely to be like.
That is a big bottle as well. That is a big bottle of it.
That's the thing. Like this was like 20 quid. And it's like technically speaking, it's 50 years old, but it's not like 50-year-old whiskey. But I'm more just curious. It's 1.13 liters. It's a big boy.
Is that for like a pub, like for the optics?
I don't think so because it's
the label's the right way around, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Because normally, if that's the case, it's the other way around. I think it's just a hefty boy.
Big old boy.
It's from like the 70s where like it was not popular. Like it wasn't fashionable. So I think they just had to like sell it in bulk, pretty much. Although it is a blend, so I don't know. Maybe it did all right. I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, that's something I've got along with like Chivas. But I never get like for like big. I never go for like the ridiculously expensive stuff because I can't afford it myself. That's why I get like. Because I think I heard you guys talking while I was fetching the Advocar about like I do little bottles.
You have everything in little bottles, any style.
Miniature bottles.
I do have a lot. I think like a lot of it is just kind of to sit there and it's like it would have gone down this year if it weren't for that I've not seen anyone. The whole point of that is I want to try it with people.
Yeah, that's what I like about your stuff as well. Like you say, like a lot of people will buy that to trade it and do all sorts of stuff, and you buy it and you just open it and drink it. Yeah, it's like a toy collector.
I was going to ask you, John. Does every whiskey or most of them have miniatures? Apart from,
to go along with them.
Not all of them. However, one good thing that has come out of the pandemic, and there's very little, a lot of pubs have started doing takeaway sample things. So I know places in Edinburgh certainly started doing them. So in theory, most bottles that you can think of that might be stocked, even in like specialist bars and stuff, you can get a sample of. I know the Bow Bar, for example, and I think in Glasgow... Oh, the really fucking famous one. How in God's name? The Pot Still. They started doing like little sample bottles because they need to fucking survive somehow. And they're mailing around the UK. I pitched a similar thing 6 months ago for my place. And I was like, this will do really well. And they were like, yeah, we'll get back to you on that. And then everyone else started doing it. I'm just sat there like, could have got the headphones in on the swan, but never mind. But yeah, to answer that question, official miniatures, you can get a fair few. Sample bottles you can get a fair few more through secondary places like Master Malt, Whiskey Exchange, places like that, and through pubs you can get pretty much anything that isn't bottled by the first two. So if you have your eye on a particular bottle and you're like, I wonder what that's like, chances are you can source it from somewhere as like a Diddy.
Yeah, because that's the best way to taste a lot, isn't it? Because a full bottle of stuff is
with the price point, it's like you can't, and then you're stuck with it, and you got all this stuff. And it's like, well, if you're doing a little, just want a wee dram or something, and do a review or whatever, just to try it.
Yeah, it's just kind of like I want to try one. I'm curious. It's fun to do it there. Just
if you're doing reviews, these miniatures are, it's going to save your liver for a start. And
exactly, yeah.
You know what I mean.
The amount of room I've got taken up with minis. If they were full-blooded bottles, I wouldn't have a living room.
just have to like open it to go on camera.
But you can't drink it. You wouldn't be able to drink it all anyway. You just wouldn't be able to drink it.
I can't even like.
Well, you don't even have your full. You don't even have your full minis, do you? You don't even. It's not like you just nail the miniature. You'll save some.
I have like. Yeah. That's the thing. Like because I tend to do like 2-3 of it. I do like very small amounts.
The difference with obviously beer reviews. I mean, they say, you have to have a certain amount before you can go.
You've got to nail the whole thing. Yeah.
With taste buds. how does that work with reviewing whiskey? Do you need is there a community in the whiskey reviewing scene where you have to have a certain amount like you do in beer?
I wouldn't say that people kind of like pressure in terms of kind of like, you've got to have a particular amount because it's a spirit as well. I think people are more kind of like, you do your own pour. Yeah. It's not like
that's the measure you have a spirit in, isn't it? It's
yeah.
Someone has a full. You've got to have a glass like that.
No, but I just wondered if there was a thing, a written kind of unofficial rule book kind of thing when it comes to that.
Because I suppose it translates in as much as we don't have a full can or bottle on screen doing that. Some people might do, but like
that's true. True.
We don't do the full thing. Like it is initial take because how many times have we said afterwards where you do your initial review and then actually 20 minutes later after you've finished it, you've actually think, oh, actually this is different to how I first drank it.
Absolutely, all the time. Happens all the time with beer. I mean, temperature is another thing. Sometimes it warms up. Oh, fucking that's really good. It's even better off camera after you've done the review. I know there's a lot of this kind of thing with Untapped. Oh, if you've only had a third, it's not. You can't really give it a rating and all this.
Yeah, some people do it after the first sip or whatever, don't they? It's like it's.
Well, I don't think you can with beer, at least, but I mean, with whiskey, I just wondered if there was any kind of thing there. With
whiskey, like they do say that like a first impression can't necessarily be a good impression, but I've had it where like I've opened a bottle and it's been good to go, and I've had it where I've opened a bottle and it's been like, hey. Oxygen makes a big difference to a whiskey, and the more oxygen gets into it, the more it changes.
Breathe.
Yeah, exactly. Same with wine in that respect. You have it with pretty much most spirits.
Yeah. Well, there was a question earlier with what would you do if you didn't drink beer? What would you drink? And I mentioned it in the thing earlier when I was lying in bed. I would probably drink port. I like port.
I like port. I really messed up this Christmas, and I forgot to buy a bottle of port. That was the one thing my Christmas was lacking.
I didn't. Well, this Christmas could have, gone.
Oh well, you didn't drink it all, did you? So.
Yeah, I wasn't really. Yeah, but that's just me. Saying. I'd like to get into reviewing ports, but I don't want to buy these. I mean, can you get miniatures of ports? I assume you can. I don't know.
John's got to get them.
Here we go. So that's a good
start. I've seen some like Dow's miniatures and stuff. And
I'm aware I'm a cunt, all right? They've been like.
That's all right. Oh, did Harry reviewed a few of these things, or yeah. Oh, yeah. I need to sort the shit out.
So like some.
You've got one that's matured in a bin.
Bin 21.
Yeah. And you've got one that didn't get out of bed on time.
I'll do them. I'd do it.
I bet you would.
I'd do
them. That's cool. No, I mean, obviously, I've got quite strong relations in Portugal and stuff these days, and I actually done one port review. It's quite interesting. It's towards the end of the bottle. It did half. I mean, I drank the whole thing over a period of about 6 months a year, a couple of years ago, and I really enjoyed it. And it it's the closest thing to a beer of like an barrel-aged imperial stout, obviously port, but there's so many different kind of levels of similarity I found with imperial stout, port wine. So it would be that, because obviously we all like our stouts. So that would be it for me. There is a slight kind of, there's nothing else, of course, but it's just that.
Yeah, I don't actually. I'm not a big fan of wine, but I'll drink fortified wine. I'll drink port. I'll drink sherry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just that's the closest thing that reminds me of a beer.
That was because obviously we had like Christmas in our house for the first time rather than going to like families. So we thought we'd ticked off everything, and then it got to like the end of Christmas Day. Maybe it was Boxing Day, and I was like, "Fuck, didn't buy any pork." I was like, it was Boxing Day because we had like cheese for dinner, essentially. And I was like,
That's good though, isn't it?
Fucking buy pork.
Cheese, crackers, bit of chutney.
But yeah, we had load of like charcuterie, load of cheese. It was we actually preferred because I did, because I'm the cook in my house. I did a full blown Christmas dinner on Christmas Day, but actually it was Christmas. Yeah. It was Boxing Day when we had just cheese and meat, and we were like, that was better. Why didn't we have that on Christmas Day? Like next year we'll just have that.
I wasn't that well over Christmas, so
no.
I didn't do any of what I normally done, and I probably wouldn't have done anyway. But that's just me. But now looking back and think, oh, fucking hell, I could do some of that and some of this, and and now you can't get it anywhere. It's like, oh, fuck it, bollocks.
Yeah. I was going to rattle through a few comments because there's a few stored up here. Cool. Going for a bottle of Tribute next, Mr. Orange. Tribute's a Mr. good beer.
Orange.
Is the bottle really small, or is he giant?
That's a very appropriate name.
Mr. Orange, yeah. Oh, is it the Mr. Orange?
It's very appropriate.
The bottle's small, yeah. Mr. Orange. Try everything twice. Oh, I'd agree with that to some extent.
Yeah.
I would. Oh, that's you, Craig. I'd drink port if no beer. Yeah. Mr. Orange, ginger cordial with soda water is the best non-alcoholic drink. And then Reineberg says Diff Marsha is the best beer. Can't say I've heard of that. I assume it's some sort of German beverage. And then Ariaric Draken says, did I miss the Malort and Avocat? Well, that's a very...
That's
yeah. That's an app.
That's what I'm mixing up just now.
Because it's curdling as we speak.
Oh, man.
And then Ariac Draken says, you could try the Malort with peanut butter whiskey. And then John had wood in his mouth. I don't know what to make of that.
Oh God, no! Oh, it's like goat flavored custard.
It even like looks like screen. The amount of liquid has diminished in the glass since you poured it. It's like imploded.
What's that? Full screen.
I think I've accidentally.
It looks like milk and magnesia.
Not far off.
Like milk and magnesia.
Malorts, which is sort of hell potion, and then we've got alcoholic custard, because there wasn't enough nightmares in this already. So, enjoy the views, Jake. I've poured a lot. I've poured a lot of this.
Enjoy the views.
I'm gonna rename this stream.
It's But what we have here is like vanilla custard and cheap booze meets absinthe evil stepmother. I think I'm having a brain aneurysm. I might say that.
Have you even? Is that just from the smell? That's just from the aroma. You've got that.
Superb.
Yeah, it's like leaking as well. There's just all sorts of nightmarish things happening right now.
Look at that! It's just literally not sliding back down the glass.
It's not. Like, look at that beauty.
It's getting. It'll be chewable in the next couple of minutes if you left it.
Start churning. Yeah. All right.
Oh, here we go.
In for a penny, as they say.
I don't have a bucket, so if I'm horribly sick. I mean, I might outdo Brett.
Oh, yeah.
I doubt it. I don't know about that.
He was like a pretty waterfall, wasn't he? That was
but that was a pint glass. So.
Oh, that was a wonderful. I've worked in hospital for 8 years, and that's still one of the most beautiful things I've seen.
Jesus, that's hilarious.
Does anyone have any well wishes just to drag this out a little bit more?
Well. If you start your 2021 like this, then it's only gonna get better. John is all I'm gonna say to you.
Go on then. Ooh. Look at that face.
I shouldn't have done that.
Not
Whoa!
much. No
Yeah,
good.
I take it didn't take the edge off then.
Made it worse.
So a Malort and Avocat mix is not a recommended cocktail.
I still say snort it and see what happens. It's probably better if you snort it.
Yeah. Get one for one of your people you really hate. There you go. That's on me. No good then. It's great. It's absolutely fantastic. I can tell by the tears in your eyes. Yeah.
I think that's what organ failure feels like. Oh.
I need a hoppy beer. I'm actually Belgian beer out at the moment. Oh.
Have you now got through your free Belgian beers? Oh, I'm sure you've suffered as much as John has.
Yeah, I mean this is better than.
You didn't see I drank it again.
Yeah, this is better than what John's going through at the moment. But yeah, once you've had a like 3, 4, 40 ml cans of like a quad, a double, and a single Abbey beer, it's like, oof. Yeah, I'm a bit Belgianed out at the moment. So, but yeah, it's still good. But yeah, hops are beckoning. They're not too distant. So,
What have you got hoppy wise?
Oh, I don't know where to start, Jake. To be fair, yeah, I've got singles, doubles, a couple of triples. I don't want to go too silly with that. After having, well, 4.8 is nothing. 7 and an 8.8. So, yeah, I've got a couple of pressure drop. I got the one you reviewed with the pizza and all that shit on it.
Oh, that was great. Yeah, Donatella's pizza.
Another one as well. Thing. Yeah, I mean, they gave me 7 beers. It was Steady Rolling Man and Steady Rolling with the variant. Strata. Yeah. I've got them 2, them 3, and 2 pressure drop. They gave me. It's like, why are you doing this? Survive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really, obviously they pay for it and stuff. It's just like, yeah, I was blown away for that week, and then all of a sudden I'm not drinking for 2 weeks because I wasn't feeling that well. So shit happens, but now we get to January. I'm drinking all my Christmas beers. So yay.
Did John just drink fucking hot sauce?
I don't know.
Just take the edge off.
Was that actually hot sauce?
I missed that.
Yeah, it's
Oh my God.
You just sipped Frank's Red Hot.
That is better. That is definitely better.
Why is that?
Better now.
Also, just an adult question here. Why is that there? Why is your Frank's Red Hot situated there?
Why not?
Just in case.
You need to have that on hand at all times.
Are you like on your kitchen counter? Is that where your computer is?
That was on my desk. I think I just didn't put it away again from yesterday.
Well, I think that sort of shows what
that's awesome.
Malort's all about there.
I mean, my stomach right now is like, what is going on?
If Frank's Red Hot is what you use to take the edge off, then
I think it says a lot.
Yeah.
I do feel better.
I'm just blown away you have Frank's Red Hot over there. It's like an American thing. That's weird.
Oh yeah, no, Frank's Red Hot is everywhere over here. Yeah, you can get it in most supermarkets. It's crazy. Only the last couple of years, probably. It's not been around for long.
It's
Because
I
I think it's because like Domino's started doing like the Frank's Red Hot wings and all that sort of stuff. So probably distribution and all that malarkey.
We had some Frank's
Hot
sauce stuff in Stonegate a few years ago.
It's like getting a lot of the Nando's sauces in supermarkets and that sort of stuff. And, yeah.
Okay.
Fun.
I assume that some people came over from because I did put a post up on my wall being like, "Hey, I'm about to do something really stupid." I'm guessing from some of the comments that people
Yeah.
come along.
Yeah, I'll guess that's why Ariak Draken wanted to see.
I wish I did. Wish I'd.
His final comment was tears of joy.
I'm going to get a hoppy beer, yay.
Yeah, go grab a hoppy beer, Craig. Matt, what have you changed to now?
Another one from Burlington. It's a 5.4% pale ale.
Is the label actually cut out on the top like that?
Yeah.
That's cool. That's
yeah. It's not clear. That's the actual sticker. You know what I mean? So it's like cut out.
No expense spared on that one.
No, they do it. They do it on every label.
Oh, okay. That's all like their thing.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, and that actually costs a lot more money. Like I do that for my company. Basically, I do labels and screen print or label printing and all that kind of stuff for my company. So I know it's a ridiculously once you buy the die, it's not that much, but
yeah,
it's still an expense.
Did they buy that like that as like in the roll sort of thing so they have to it's a pre-cut thing?
What happens when you do like high volume printing is that you pay for per page or per sheet. Like typically this will be on like a sheet of a ton of different stuff, and they'll cut them for free. They'll just be like or minimal cost squared off. But if you want to have this, you have to have what's called die cut, which is basically a specific die made for you. That is that pattern, but it's typically a one-time cost. Maybe a little bit extra per cut because it's a little bit more complicated, but then you buy the actual like shape of the die that cuts it, and then that cuts it. So you have depending on the printing company you use here in the United States, you're looking anywhere between $250 to $1,500 per die. And it's just, depending on how many labels you're going to run. If you're going to do it on all your labels, I guess it's not that big of a cost up front. But you do end up with a little bit overhead on total cuts because you have to cut each thing with the die. Where, like, if you go to a printing press and you have a big, huge amount of, like, labels, they put them in a die cutter and, like, cut, like, a stack like this big. Like 2 feet thick, it'll just be like, and just cut them all precisely like this. With this, you can't do it. You have to do this piece, then this piece, then this piece. So it is a little bit more labor to it, but yeah.
Yeah. Because over here, I don't know if anyone's ever sent them to you, but the Northern Monk beers have the peel off label.
Yeah, we got a collab,
like a whole extra
Equilibrium.
Thing.
That's just arrogance right there. Is what that is. But I like it though. But they did Northern Monk did was it Northern Monk? No, Verdant did a collab with Equilibrium. And when I went to Equilibrium. This is actually years ago. This is when I got married. About a month, a couple weeks before I got married, or a week before I got married, I should say. I went to Equilibrium to pick up a keg from them for my wedding reception. And I guess Verdant was there and brought some bunch of Northern Monk with them and left them to drink. So they opened a couple cans and I was sitting there waiting for the keg. And they were like, look at this fucking label. This is crazy. This is like 2017 or something like that. And I was like, that's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah. You get a lot of extra detail that some people just don't even bother reading. But yeah, that's a serious extra expense, I think, on that one. Putting inside and then it's adhesive on the inside, but then the internal bit of the label still has to be an actual label, and it's excessive.
Yeah, but think about how many, just the amount of people that kind of just talked about the label, the amount of free advertising they got from people being like, look at this fucking weird label. It's probably worth it for them.
And like they did a cool thing because they hold probably one of the biggest craft beer festivals called Hop City. And they released a Hop City beer, and they also do a Dark City as well, which is more like stout base. And the beers that they do for it actually opens up in the center, and it's the map for like the festival, which is pretty cool. So that's a cool utilization of that particular label technology. Is it
Label
open
technology?
Yeah.
Label technology. That sounds like a YouTube channel.
Yeah. Welcome to Label Technology. Got some QR codes, all sorts of shit on there. Yeah. Well, I see you see you're suffering a bit there, John, with your Malort antics.
Yeah.
There's a bit of reflux going on.
It's not nothing to do with that heavy cream liqueur either.
Yeah, or the Frank's Red Hot that he shot it afterwards.
No way whatsoever.
It's fine. I'm just like feeling my organs shut down one by one. It's a luxurious experience, for sure. Also, it turns out whiskey increases the burn of the hot sauce, so
oh, who would have thought?
Just can't win.
Not if you chug it and drink it as fast as humanly possible. Then it's fine.
Well, that's for the dragon tears. That would probably take me.
I like the coloured Glencairns you have. I was tempted. I looked on the website after you did your review about them, the different coloured. But I didn't fancy the gold one.
Yeah, the gold's gaudy, isn't it? I mean, coming from me saying it's gaudy, it must be gaudy, you know? Yeah, I liked them. Pretty much everyone else that does like whiskey on YouTube was just sent them for free, and I was just like, so yeah, thanks, Glencairn.
Hey now. Okay, gentlemen, I will. I'm gonna take my leave because I'm gonna go spend time with my wife. See you guys. Thank you very much for.
Bastard.
No. Just it's self-preservation purely.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But.
Yeah. How long to the due date now?
2 months exactly today.
2 months. Cool.
Yeah. We'll see.
Cool.
I'm gonna arrive right on time.
Yeah.
Be able to wipe his own ass and do everything for him. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fucking so easy.
Ready baked.
Yep. Done and done. Yeah. We'll see you guys later. Thank you very much, man.
Cheers, Matt.
I'll see ya.
Speak to you later.
And then there were two.
I do really need a piss. Can you vamp? I'll be very quick, John. Can you vamp on my channel? Don't say anything crazy.
It's practice.
To ruin my channel. I'll be very quick. I hate doing it because I hate it when people leave me, but I'm gonna piss myself.
No, it's
I
fine.
don't want to do it on camera.
No, I can. I've got this.
Get the biscuit book out again. Anything you want to do.
Yeah,
It's free reign.
Yeah, I've got this.
Yeah.
So the thing about the Nazis was.
See
ya. All right, cool. Oh, I don't have any control, so I can't like go through comments or anything. Okay, cool. I tell you what, everyone, keep your comments coming in, so that way when he gets back, as punishment, he has to do a lot of fucking work. It's his own fault for leaving us at this point. What can I entertain you guys with? Mo, do you want to come over here? You're more entertaining than I am. The problem with cats is they're pricks. If they weren't cute. I'll tell you what. I haven't told you guys about. No, do you know what? I'm not going to refer to this. That's stupid. Oh, tell you what. Things are all here alone. You might well all be screaming at me in the comments right now. Who's like, "What's this wanker doing? This isn't fun. This isn't entertaining." Block, delete, unsubscribe. I mean,
what's this about unsubscribing?
Hey, Jesus, that was fast.
Yeah,
it was like. Did you just like fire it into the hallway or something? Like, what happened there?
I just stood in the hallway. I was already washing my hands whilst I was doing it, just to save time. Straight out.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay. I was going to start about glittery cinnamon whiskey. I had like a whole thing ready to go. But I mean,
you can talk about glittery cinnamon whiskey.
Do you know? I don't actually know what I was going to say about this. To be fair, it's one of the many random bits of shit that I've got. This was actually given to me as a Christmas present. My fella gave this to me because he was like, I have a guy to consult on whiskey. Unfortunately, that guy is me. So we had to kind of like do a bit of guesswork. And it's
Should it be that cloudy?
That's all the luster that's in it.
That's just the glitter in it.
That's just the glitter, baby.
Okay.
if you want the most fabulous shites you'll ever have in your life, this is the stuff for you. What I will say about it, though, I love cinnamon, like sweet, bullshitty cinnamon, like cinnamon rolls. And this is like
I love like cinnamon pastries or anything like that. I'm going to be all up in them.
Yeah, so this is just like cinnamon rolls. So actually, it's grand. I actually quite like it. You've got to be in like a silly mood for it, It's a silly drink.
Yeah.
As I think proven today, I don't mind fucking about with my alcohol from time to time. So yeah, that was my thing. Let's talk about the fact that you can vacate your bowels in like 10 seconds. That's
well, I didn't do a shit. It was just a quick sort of.
I'm sorry, you're blabbing.
Yeah. That would be scary. It was just a quick sort of like, I've drunk some beer and I've opened the floodgates, so now I'm going to have to piss every other drink. That's just what's happening now, and that's how my body is, and that's what I've just got. That's my cross to bear, and I'll piss quick. It'll just be a bit, come back, and I'll go again.
Just take it in little and often.
The cycle continues.
I did leave you a lot of comments, so I don't know if they have or not.
Oh, okay. Mesbeer says, very funny. Me and Rob were talking about Northern Monk and Beer Box going to Matt earlier today. Oh, okay. So how's Mo?
He fucked off again. Bloody monochromatic cunt. He's fine. He's fed and watered. He's just, aloofing about. And that was all right. It was good practice. I'm thinking of maybe do I want to do this in the future myself, terrifyingly enough. So
yeah. I'm terrible on my own. I hate it. I just babble, and that's it. That's why I edit my videos, because there's a lot of babbling going on. Good night, gentlemen. Fun chat as ever. Catch you next time. Disco. Cheers, guys. Thanks for tuning in.
Au revoir, circular-shaped crisp man.
But I thought I might have a little nip of that myself as I presented it earlier.
Oh, go on. Treat yourself.
It's been a long while since I've had Glenfiddich, actually.
It's good stuff. I think a lot of people assume that, I'm going to rail at it. I did cover it about 6 months ago, and I think a fair few people were kind of like, "Wait, you didn't tell us a new one?" It's like you can get it everywhere, but it's also actually fine. It's perfectly well made. It's fine. It's absolutely fine stuff.
Yeah,
it's in a pretty bottle, so it
is a nice triangular shaped bottle. And it's a thick neck with 2 C's. It's a real sort of thick cap.
Apparently that's a thing on my channel now. Every video I put up, regardless of whether I mention the word thick or not, somebody inevitably comments thick with 2 C's. It's like, when did this become my motto? When did this happen?
What are they trying to get at?
I don't know. Because, I ain't that. Sometimes, often I'll say, something has, a thick mouthfeel, and then I think somebody just commented once randomly, thick with 2 C's, and then I made a thing of it, and then before you know it, it's just kind of like gone.
Yeah. I tend to overly enunciate thick as well, because I'm crap at saying my THs. I say thick normally. I'd say, because I can't pronounce it. So in my reviews, I go thick because I have to pronounce the TH, because otherwise I say thick. It's like, what the hell's thick? It's like if in the Marvel movies, if they release 4-4, like, how am I going to pronounce that? I'd have to say Thor. So there we go. That's it's my cross to bear.
Yeah, it's little things,
Yeah. But there you go. I've got my nice Beavertown little nose and weird glass. I love these glasses. They're so small.
They're adorable. I've turned very red, I'm just noticing.
Is it the hot sauce or is it the Malort?
It's hard to tell, but they're playing merry hell with my liver. So
how do you taste whiskey?
What's
your method?
Well, the first thing that I say to people, if you walked into my bar, like, right, cool, how far along are you? And they'll either go, yeah, I'm okay, or they'll be like, I'm Greg, in which case you're like, okay, cool, I'll come along and I'll help you out. Rule number one, and I say rule in inverted commas because fuck it, drink it however you want. But to get like the most out of it, most people would recommend that you leave it a minute in the glass for every year it's had in the cask. So 12 years, you give it 12 minutes.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah. Some people have ice and water. Some people disparage ice and water. There are good points for having ice and water. Ice tends to take away any of the sort of rougher, more fusile elements because it chills it down. And when it's chilled, we tend to pick up less flavonoids overall. So it reduces kind of like the burn and the ethanol kind of a sting.
Yeah.
Trade-off is you get a bit less of the overall flavor as well. Water, on the other hand, it dilutes it a little bit. So what that does is it kind of releases a lot of the essential oils from some of the bonds with the alcohol. So you get more of the flavor and it takes the edge off of it in some cases. So water's good. Ice is fine, but it does come with a bit more of a trade-off because it's as cold as it is. So
yeah,
there's your thing.
Yeah, I've tended to, if I have bourbon, I tend to prefer that with ice. But that could just be and I'm not coming from a tasting point of view. It's purely from a enjoyment point of view.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a stereotypical serve as well. Like you see people.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they do in Mad Men.
Yeah, it's just kind of like how you see it drank, so therefore how you drink it. With nosing it, I'd normally say kind of like start at one nostril, either one, and then move it round and just inhale with your mouth open. Smell and taste are quite closely connected. So if you sort of smell whilst inhaling through your mouth, it passes over your palate, so you get kind of like some of the flavor compounds going into your mouth. So you get kind of like a matinee, essentially.
Yeah, same for like beer tasting, isn't it? It's the whole, what was it, olfactory senses, and
olfactory,
not oral factory senses like I just said. I added an extra L where I shouldn't have added an L.
That's not really mine, pal, and I can't do that over an Ethernet connection, I'm afraid. I'm good, but I'm not that fucking good. And then what I normally say is the first sip. Drink it, swill it around like mouthwash, knock it back. Treat it with the least amount of respect you can think of. Really like coat your mouth with it.
Yeah.
It's going to sting a bit. It's not going to be very pleasant.
And it gets all up in there.
Yeah. What that essentially is doing to your palate is the equivalent of jumping into cold water.
Mm-hmm.
It's your palate's opportunity to acclimatize to it.
It's your initial impression.
Basically, it's the shock, essentially. It's kind of like telling your body, we're doing this shit, whether you like it or not. And it's kind of like, nah. So when you then go in to kind of like sip it afterwards, it's like, oh, I know this guy, but that wasn't as bad as the first go. Okay, cool. Yeah. So it's over kind of like, oh, you're drinking alcohol. And it's kind of like, all right, let's concentrate. Ella.
Hi.
And that's like...
I can equate that to when you have like a particularly sour lambic. You want to have your first dip, get it over and done with, and then you can then actually properly taste it from then on out, sort of thing, because you acclimatise to it a little bit. Well, you're on some Affinity Bruco there.
For the merry Christmas beer, I'm going to assume.
Not the few.
It's one of the best pale ales I've ever had.
Oh, bold claim right there.
It's just seriously fucking good.
What's that I hear at the door? It's the Archangel Gabriel.
I just, when you get sometimes you get these drinks you try and it just literally blows you away. It's like this is like, how is it that good? It's one of them. I wasn't expecting it. I thought it'd be decent. This is just. Let me run you through the what's in it. Right, so it's a seasonal, unfortunately, which is a return of the for the merry. We threw everything out, which, to be fair, it comes through. This hazy pale ale has been dry hopped with Brew One, Sabro, Mosaic, Azaka, Simcoe, with Citra in the boil.
So every hype hop.
Just like, I don't know what one thing stands out, or whether there's a combination of hops there that work well with together, and then one or two others work well with them, and it just kind of accumulates to this peak of perfection. I don't know. It's one of them deals. Not being.
That was very poetic.
I don't know, but you know what I mean. I don't know. Not being a brewer, I don't know how hops work with each other. Some hops do work really well, and others kind of. Whatever they've done with this, for my palate at least, is working like juicy and drinkable. Just allegedly, 4.6. I could drink this shit all day long, and not, it's just one of them deals. Plus, it's got oats, and in the thing just to round it all out. It's like, come on now. But yeah, good. It's good. Look at this shit.
It does sound good. That is a right mix. So that sounds like they had some hops left over, and it's like, should we make another beer?
Whatever they've done, it's
Fuck it.
either they've intentionally known.
Well, because funny enough, one of my favorite beers from last year was a beer where it had like 14 different hops in it, because it was the Burnt Meal Gardens of Green series, where they put every hop that they used in the previous batches.
Yeah,
and that was one of my favorite beers last year. It was crazy, and that had like 6 or 7 different hops in it.
It was the last one of the series. Oh, they've done another series.
They've started it again.
Yeah,
recently. Yeah.
But yeah, this is again. This is a beer that works for an online store, lives locally, and he just turned up and just put himself together. Craig, it's one of them deals where do you know what I mean? People come around with some beers and stuff, and it's like, I just can't. I can't drink them at the moment, but I was like, okay, I'll have them, and but and now I'm in days where I'm got through my little scare and shit, and now I know what that was. I thought it was beer, the whole health scare thing, and it's not. So
back on the beer.
I'm back on it, but I'm wary. I'm
cautious. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like it could have been that. You were lucky. So it's like it's there. So I'm like, yeah, okay. So I've had 3 Belgian beers now. This and that. But anyway, what were we talking about? Sorry, I'm waffling.
That's right. Well, we're talking about whiskey before, whiskey tasting.
Sorry to gatecrash it.
That's all right.
Right, it was not evangelized, I suppose, for one of the way of putting it.
Your poetic thing about that. So I cracked open a little taste of that, and then John was just saying about the sort of whiskey tasting method.
I wouldn't have a clue.
Other than just necking it.
Although it is part of it, to be fair.
Yeah.
There is a bit of neck in it to it, which.
Well, it's like because I've been because like I smell everything now, because I'm doing the whole beer thing. I do that for every drink. I swirl everything. It doesn't matter if I'm having like a cup of tea or like a lemonade. I still swirl it. So what are you swirling it for? It's like, I just swirl every drink now. It's just what I do. I swirl everything.
There with a mug in a cafe next to a load of builders and like,
yeah. I'm not even going to sniff it. I'll just swirl it.
Pass the Lincoln biscuits.
Yeah. Cool back. but I mean, for my novice palate on this, I mean, initially aroma wise,
you're actually drinking whiskey. Fucking hell.
I'm actually drinking whiskey. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, aroma wise for me, it was initially sort of vanilla vanilla essence. So not like just raw, not like raw vanilla. Then there's a smokiness to it, but not like a peated smoke. It's like a charcoal briquette on a barbecue. And that's as much as I'm getting, and then it's just the whiskey smell takes over.
That's cool.
Oh,
I must admit, I don't like the taste of whiskey. It's probably just my palate doesn't like it. I reckon if you force, the thing is with alcoholic drinks, whatever the style, whatever it's spirits, wines, whatever, if you keep drinking it, you force your palate into liking it.
Yeah.
I've done that with sour beers. I hated sour beers, but I thought, fuck it, I want to like sour beer, so I just abused my palate to like them.
Well, there is the old sort of adage, isn't it like you have something 10 times and then you actually do, like people say that with olives. It's like you say you don't like olives, like
you
eat olives 10 times.
You train your palate.
I like olives straight away. What's wrong?
Yeah.
It's like training a kid for food they don't like. If you keep forcing it on them, eventually they'll like it.
Eat it.
You will eat. You will eat this vegetable. It's one of them.
They would respond like a demented Dalek.
Yeah. Because John was said about that initial thing you said, John, about you take that sort of swirl it around and take that really sharp sip of it. And then since then, actually, it's opened up and it's actually tasting sweeter than when that first initial taste, when it's that absolute shock to the system. But now since I've had my subsequent sips, which is fucking hard for me to say, it's like there's a sweeter characteristic coming out, like a more toffee-like sweetness, which I didn't get on that initial sip when it was all sharp and ethanol and alcoholic. So there's method to the madness.
I find people's palates fascinating. How you can actually change your taste buds through force. It's all memory based, really. Like that's why I, like in my reviews, like one of the reviews I did tonight, it always goes back to like sweets. It always goes back to childhood sweets, and it's that smells like fruit pastels. Yeah, little triggers. There's little triggers in everything.
So that's why like it's not objective, because everyone's got those different reference points.
I don't like Scotch generally because I've had bad experiences when I was quite, in my early teenage years, put it that way, and was ill for about a week after, and drink 5-6 pints of Kronenberg and then drink 4 or 5 doubles of JD and Coke. It just I'm not doing it. No, it scared me a bit because I was ill, but I was young.
I'm no doctor. But I think I can diagnose what went wrong there.
It's a combination of strong beer, strong lager, and that. So.
Yeah, well, because when I was a teenager, like drinking, like we always used to drink vodka and Red Bull. It just seemed like the quickest way to achieve maximum drunkenness.
Red Bull just
and the adverse happened where I can't drink Red Bull. I can't drink any energy drinks. I can't smell them. I can't taste them. I don't want any energy drinks. Like if people like when I used to go like club and stuff, like Jaeger bombs and stuff. It's like, give me the Jaeger. Like, don't give me the Red Bull. Just give me the Jaeger. That's all I want. I don't want the Red Bull shit. Like,
I used to hate clubbing when I was old. When I was young enough. I used to hate clubbing when I was young enough. I just fucked that. I
did, but that's because I was surrounded by vag, and I was like,
I hated it because I wasn't.
Yeah,
that was the opposite. I was like, where is it?
Really annoying. I was a conge magnet. It was, Jesus Christ.
No, that wasn't my.
I came out of university. It was unbelievable.
If that had happened to me, I might have liked it more. But yeah,
mine was a lot of standing around just like that. It's like I can't hear what you're saying. I don't like the music. I pay too much to get in here.
I can't fake dancing like you think you can dance. I can't do that. I can't dance. It's one of them deals, uncomfortable. insecurities when I was a kid, and lack of confidence. And I think that's the whole thing. If I went to a club now, I'm too old, but if I went, it would be confidence, but everyone's looking at you because you're an idiot. They didn't think I was an idiot then, but I thought I was an idiot. It's kind of like one of them deals.
It flips the other way around, where you don't give a shit anymore.
You're an old 40-odd guy doing, in a club.
The Macarena in the middle of the dance floor, and everyone's loving it.
It doesn't work.
The Macarena. What clubs are you going to?
The best.
I just didn't like it. I didn't like it. I just didn't. In my prime years, allegedly, I didn't like doing it. But now I'm older. I want to. It's like, no, you can't.
I didn't used to like go into like the mainstream sort of clubs with my friends, but then when I used to start going to like indie nights and stuff, that was like, I know what I'm doing here.
I was too busy.
I'll recommend Joy Division. Get off with someone.
Yeah, I love Joy. Yeah, I was too busy doing unfashionable things when I was that age to worry about going clubbing and all that sort of stuff. Mainly like going out wildlife photography at 3 o'clock in the morning and all that sort of stuff. Not really cool like 20 years ago. Now it's more acceptable because it's like climate, blah blah blah, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
there is, and
yeah,
it's more that is more popular now, but I don't do it now.
Now you go clubbing at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Now I want to do stuff what should have done 20 years ago, and you're too old. It's kind of weird. It's weird.
Yeah, but I mean, I
don't really. I just want to see how much it's changed.
Yeah, I did things way too early. It's like I just by the time I was 18, I was actually bored of going out and getting drunk, and
I
was before my time.
I think,
I hated clubbing, but I only went because my mates were there.
Yeah, the thing is, it's weird. I was like 18, 19, but a 40-year-old. Now I'm 40. I feel younger. It's weird how it's kind of life's work for me, at least. So, I don't know.
I think paying council tax will do that to you.
I've got more energy now. I'm fatter. I've got more energy.
Well, fat is energy, so I mean,
Well, yeah, it needs to be burned.
I'm the same. Well, to be fair, I've always been like, on the portly side. I've always had like a bit of energy to like, do that.
I got to get rid of this. Not the beard,
and stuff
the
like
fat
that.
underneath the beard. It needs to fat off a bit. Lockdown don't help.
Do that a lot, Sco.
Yeah, fat.
I've been like tracking exercise and stuff on one of those apes, and yeah, apparently like the amount, because like I walk a lot, and I just kind of assumed that walking didn't really burn calories because I walk a lot and I'm still a fat cunt, and it's like, you burned 800 calories today on your walk, and I'm like, why am I not king of the Twinks? This doesn't make any sense because I've not started doing anything abnormal. I was just like, right, let's see how much I burn on like a normal like going out for a walk kind of thing. And I look like apparently I'm walking like 5 miles, and I'm like, am I? I'm just going on a walk.
That's a good sign.
Yeah. I've always been doing that. Like, well, this is what I'm like now. What the fuck do I need to do to get rid of the tits? What do I need to do? Do I need to be burning 3,000 calories a day? What am I doing? He says, deep throating donuts. I think
you got to do some like crunches on that.
Yeah. Can I just do toast?
Yeah.
But no, one shit. I've got ambitions to do a lot more cycling this year, and it's going to be a fucking nightmare for a couple of months. But eventually, because I used to cycle like 60, 70 miles a week, regular. I used to eat and drink what I want. I was just like, all right, I'm older now, so it's going to be a little bit more tricky. But I still think I could definitely trim a hell of a lot. But this last year almost is just you ain't doing it. Just I don't want to do it. I'm just hunkering down, drinking too much. It's fine for me at the moment, but once the hell ends, then we're going to get at it.
Well, a load of my friends are getting married at the end of the year, or they think they're getting married at the end of the year.
Yeah, if their weddings aren't postponed.
Paraphrase like a massive fucking asterisk at the minute. Because you have another engagement over Christmas. There's no get engaged over Easter, you know? No.
If you're going to sacrifice himself or whatever. And
if you're going to get married, it's got to be in the summer. The way things are, because the shit's going to hit the fan again next winter anyway.
Well, Ollie was supposed to get married last year.
I know, I saw that. Yeah, but if you're going to get married in like July or August.
Yeah, I got married in August.
If you're getting married October, November next year, you need to think about it. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, all right, it's going to be easier, I'd say, going into next year, but it's still going to be. It's still going to be around and take your fucking vaccine and all that shit. But anyway, enough about weddings.
Yeah. Fucking happiness. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, shit that is.
Joy and euphoria, cunts.
Yeah.
Oh, look at our pictures. We mated. Fuck off.
Yeah, mated. We mated for life. For life, yeah. What, you going to prison?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I spunk in my family all the time. I don't put it on fucking Instagram.
Yeah. Well, Instagram is a bragging site, really, at the end of the day.
All social media is. It's the best of.
It is though, but Instagram is especially so. Look at my tits. Look what beer I've had.
That's my content. Look,
and that's my.
Good. That's an insight into your Insta.
Yeah, my Instagram.
Look at my tits.
My Instagram's failing. Because I don't post anything.
I've actually got more into Instagram. I actually like it. I prefer it to a lot of other.
I like it, but I like the whole, but I don't buy into
it's not a connection based social media. It's not
it's a bragging site.
Talking.
It's a bragging site. I think. Look what I've got. Look what I've been sent. Look at my tits. I love beer, but I've got big tits. I've got a big arse.
I love how
you're focusing on a very specific bit.
well, tits and arse.
You should just use Instagram for like sexual gratification. And I want to say now, as a devout Christian, that it is disgusting and appalling. You should be ashamed of yourselves. How many people in the world are that hung? So
to be honest with you though, I'm not. It's kind of.
Did you hear the other bit that John said?
Not really, but I'm appreciative. I mean, I didn't put them up there. It's just one of them deals, you know. But I do like beer.
Just don't tell them. It's fine. Just don't tell them.
I do like beer.
Yeah.
So, but with beers and stuff, it does become a bragging site of look what I've had and that whole.
Yeah.
And it's filtering through into YouTube to a degree.
I was just going to say that. I mean, we have taken it upon ourselves to film ourselves in front of a camera and put it out there. It's not. Yeah. We're not bragging. We're not saying like fucking hell.
I don't brag. I just don't.
There's an element of narcissism to it.
Yeah, and actually, like most people, like everyone I've talked to, most people are introverted when it comes to this. Like when I'm in a room full of people, it depends how comfortable I am to do the sort of shit that I do. Like if I'm with friends or with family, or I might do weird shit that I do on my videos, but I don't go into a pub and start going on the cans and stuff.
But I must admit, since I've been reviewing beers, I mean, I'm introverted generally. But I've become more extroverted since doing it.
Yeah, I find it easier to record outside by myself.
A little bit. And my personality's definitely shifted a bit more. I mean, I wear silly hats and stuff. I mean, I shoot myself.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but I've definitely... I was shit scared when we first done a live stream. It's like, fucking hell, we're going live online. It's like, what? This was like 5 years ago.
Yeah, talking live in front of people. And what could they say? What could they possibly say? And all that sort of stuff.
I don't know when the stream... It's on there somewhere on someone's channel. I don't know where it is. But going on with Rob and stuff, and it's like, oh, this is nerve-wracking. He knows what he's talking about. He still does. You know, that kind of thing. Now I tell Rob, oh, shut up, fucking Rob, will you? It's weird how that kind of that over
that
time,
dynamic changes. Yeah,
it's weird. He's a good mate now. It's just there's none of that celebrity yada. But back then it was like fucking hell, it's Rob from Hopsy, you know. Look back now and laugh. You idiot. You know what I mean? He's just Rob. You know? It's just but I was like that then. It's just it's weird how it changes. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like that because like I've only started doing these about half a year ago, something like that.
Oh right, okay.
With I think it was with one of Harry's one where like I was in the comments doing my normal thing, just like foreskins are weird or whatever I was, you know, doing ears or something. You can make balloon animals out of them, you know, what drivel. And I think Harry was kind of like, oh, you should come along sometime, you know, and like
yeah, it's cool.
Found me on Facebook, hunted me down, sent me the link, and it was like fucking. And then I didn't. I was like, oh, there's all like people that I know on YouTube. What's going on?
That's great. But it does. You get used to it. It becomes.
You do. But like I mean, I just kind of treat this like a Skype call now. I mean, it wasn't until you mentioned it that I was like, oh shit, we're like broadcasting this right now.
Yeah, people can watch it now and they can go back and watch it.
Yeah, it's like you know, you got to watch your P's and Q's. It's like, wish I hadn't said that thing.
Because there's definitely been some streams that have happened and then been taken down afterwards. They haven't then seen the light of day after the initial live stream.
I've had a few where that ain't staying up.
Yeah. Someone said something where you go, "Ooh, that shouldn't be about."
Yeah. No, but I've been pissed on streams on my own streams and thought to myself, when I'm pissed, I'm thinking, "This is a bit dodgy." That's when I'm drunk.
Yeah, it's when you get that kind of like your brain slams the brake on. You're like,
yeah. You know.
And it's also when some people have been drinking, they say something that seems like I've seen it happen a few times where it seems innocuous but actually has different meanings and that sort of thing, and then you think like actually in hindsight that probably should come down because it's not said in that way. But
and there's probably stuff that shouldn't really be up still that you don't watch your own fucking stream back and all this shit. Yeah. But I mean, you know, it's all beer though. It's just talking and you got to be careful these days. You can't say a lot of stuff these days without someone getting offended or whatever.
Yeah.
Which sometimes obviously it's merited. Other times it's like you need to take a chill pill and fucking relax a little bit. You know.
Yeah, it's like you know, if somebody came on board and was like, "Oh, the genocide was manufactured," so I want to say straight away, that ain't true.
Stuff like that. But,
you know, versus somebody being like, "Celery's not my top 5 favorite vegetables," and somebody like having a full-on bitch fit about it.
Yeah.
You know, there's a definite scale, and one lands at one end, and one definitely lands at the other.
Yeah, exactly.
But then there's also stuff that surprises you what you can't say, and then surprises you what you can say. It works kind of both ways these days, I think.
Yeah, and I
So I'm
suppose what you want to convey to your audience, if like,
and it can change within a week though. All of a sudden, last week you could say this, and the following week you can't. I get caught up in the middle of it all, and it's like, fucking, I don't know then. I just don't know.
Just don't say anything.
Well, yeah, but you've got to talk, haven't you? You know, at the end of the day, you can't be. You still got to have, you know, that freedom. Not freedom. I'm not going to go down that road. But anyway, but yeah, it's weird how things change.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. You kind of, yeah, it's the freedom of speech thing, but it's also freedom of speech means also I have the freedom to not listen.
Exactly. Well, there is that. Yeah. Just turn the channel over.
That's what I don't get about people who get into beefs and all that sort of thing. It's like,
I just can't watch drama I just can't. I mean, I joke a hell of a lot, as you know. Say things jokingly. It's always jokingly. And unfortunately, some people take things too far and can't take a joke for whatever problems they've got going on in their life, which is fine. It's just a weird one. It's just it's been a weird year or so, and I think, and there's lots of things going on in people's lives, and it can affect people's perceptions of what people say, especially online. But yeah, that's just the way it is. I ain't gonna go any further, but yeah, we'll leave it there. What?
Right, I'm gonna grab another beer.
Cool. Well, with that, I'm actually going to jump off. I know, right?
Yeah. You're not going to drink some crazy caterpillar flavored shit.
Shit, yeah. No, I'm going to call it a night because I've been up since like 5 a.m, so I'm pretty shattered.
All right, fair dues.
Yeah.
Great talking to you as always, John.
Yeah. Likewise. It's fun solving the world and all the rest of it.
Yeah. Talking about biscuits. Biscuit chat was great.
Biscuits.
Yeah. This book is always available.
Biscuits. Yeah. I love that. It's great.
That's when a bourbon biscuit reappears again.
Yeah.
I might do a stream tomorrow night if anyone's around. We'll have to wait and see how I feel. But,
yeah.
I'm furloughed until 2022 now, so yeah.
Yeah, I might do one. We'll see how shit goes, or if there's any interest. So we'll see.
Saturday night, let's stay on the bed.
Yeah.
You're not going out. So.
I'm going to bolt off. I'll catch you guys.
Yeah.
Okay?
Bye.
Okay, John. Keep safe.
Thank you, guys.
I'm going to grab. Are you going to stay on for a bit?
Yeah, I've still got the quad here as well. So.
Oh, okay. I'm going to get one more beer then, and then we'll
yeah.
Call that night, shall we? You vamp. You keep going.
I'm just gonna. I can't go through any comments, so it's been Ericati has been posting loads of stuff. I think the last one was 10 minutes ago, so I'm not even going to bother. So I bet if there's anyone watching, there's 3 people watching apparently, so we'll have to try and lose you as well, just for Jake. I'm joking. So yeah, Affinity. That's what I'm on now. For the Merry. Pale ale. This haze, as I said earlier, this pale ale, it's got hops of Brew One, Sabro, Mosaic, Azaka, Simcoe, and Citra. And I have to say, it's one of the best pale ales I've had for a long, long time. I wouldn't say it's the best one I've ever had. I think I said that earlier, but this is fantastic stuff. Works really well. And yeah, that'll be a review coming up. I'm not too sure when. I've actually got a bit of a backlog of reviews. I've got 15 reviews from mid-December that I didn't end up posting in the end because I wasn't in that frame of mind. Sorry, Jake, I'm still going.
That's all right.
And then I had that about 2.5 weeks I didn't review anything. 2 weeks I didn't drink anything. And, but since in the last few days, I've done about 6 or 7 reviews. So I'm about 22 reviews. I've got backlogged. I'm going to post my first one of this year first, and then I'm going to revert back to the 15.
Going to go back to the backlog.
Yeah, just so because there's going to be a lot of shit in the reviews that don't make sense. Oh, Christmas is coming up, and all these sort of comments and stuff. You dick, it's fucking January, you pillock. So it doesn't make much sense. But yeah, anyway, you're back. So I'll shut up.
Yeah, no worries. I just seen on the Facebook chat. Adam said he had joined, but that was about an hour ago. So I don't know if you.
There was plenty of room. So.
Yeah, I don't know if you were joining. I'm just going. I thought I'd finish as I had some whiskey. I thought I'd finish on a Drummond Barrel Aged Stout.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Finished in Irish whiskey casks, but it is only like 5.4%, so it's not like an imperial thing.
That's
so I don't know.
That's a weird ABV.
It's a very weird ABV. That's why I haven't really tucked into it. But like I looked sort of in my cupboard and in my fridge, and I was like, I just don't quite know what I fancy. I fancy something dark.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, let's just give that a go. But it's I've never heard of that brewery. I think they are from Ireland.
I might actually crack open my mini keg in a bit. We'll have to wait and see.
Don't you have to open it and let it settle a bit?
I don't know how you do. What did you open it? Like
you have to vent it a little bit.
What before you drink it? I have no idea. I'll have to have a look.
Normally you have to vent it for a little bit.
I'll do it tomorrow then. You know, but I just 8 pints of stout.
Yeah.
We'll have to have a look. There is a one of them code things. We watched a video on it.
Yeah, I think I missed a load of comments from Ariak Draken there.
Yeah, he's got.
John.
I think the last one was 10 minutes ago or so.
Yeah, I think it's gone now. It's the aroma is important. It's the precursor to taste. Aroma is majority of it. I think. It's quite. I don't know if you're talking about whiskey there when we were talking about the whiskey stuff. So the cold steam, jumping quick, and you adjust to the temperature fast. Yeah, that's a good analogy. Craig sounds like Tom Hardy as Alfie Solomon in Peaky Blinders. Do you ever watch Peaky Blinders?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about that.
Is that I can't remember.
He'd be like, "You're all right, mate." That's how he's.
Right, mate. You're
all right. John Carrigan on YouTube. She'll help you out. Help you have to be dedicated. John, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. I know what Fred's got to pop off. Well, thanks for popping over. I think that's one of John's subscribers.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
very
please
cool.
subscribe to Absolutely.
Do you know what? That's actually pretty damn good. I don't know if I'm getting much barrel character, but for a stout of like a session stout, essentially, that's pretty damn good.
Is that a knob head pour, or is it just?
It was a bit of a knob head pour. Yeah, because it's not effervescent or anything. It was just I poured it really shit.
Yeah.
So that's actually pretty good.
This is good. I want to get more of this, but seasonal, you bastard.
Yeah, I really like. I really wanted. I've got beer in. It's not the best beer, but I've got beer in.
I've got beer in.
Well, you do have the best beer, though. That's the difference. And I really want. I'm so tempted by that Brew by Numbers box, but I
want to get it. I want to get it on Sunday.
It's the week, but if it was next week, I'd buy it. But it's a week too early for my payday that I sort of can't just fucking just do it right now.
I could get it.
Yeah,
I mean, I should get it now. I'm starting to have a few beers. I'm getting a bit.
Yeah, but that's what I was exactly going to say. Like I could just pull the trigger and deal with the consequences later. But
yeah, will you tell your missus?
Oh, we have a joint account, so there's no way of hiding it.
Fucking joint accounts are the worst.
Yeah.
They just no.
Yeah. Well, but I'm so tempted by it because it is such a good deal. It is ridiculously good.
Yeah,
like 54 quid for 20.
I'm in an hour all evening, and I'm like,
because I thought I. Oh, sorry, Karen.
I'll be fucking gutted.
Yeah.
just 2 days. I bet you if I left it,
it'll be sold out.
It'll be done.
Yeah,
because
I really wanted to do a Beak order as well because I've had 3 beers from Beak now, and they've been great. They've seriously been I was so impressed by all three of the beers I've had from Beak.
That's the thing with me. I looked at Trembling Madness earlier, and they've got that stout, and it's like $6.99, which is not bad.
Yeah, well, it's £8 on Beak's own website.
How does that fucking work? I don't get that.
I think it's a distribution thing.
Rob got it for you, bastard.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't believe that on that. But I've had 3 pale beers, and they have been something else. They have it's a bit like that Kernel thing of quality.
Yeah. No,
and that's it's not going to blow. It's not going to be the best beer you've ever had, but the quality of it is just sublime.
It's like the two breweries in the last year that I've really been keeping my eye on. The first one earlier in the year, I think it was March or April, was Overtone.
Yeah,
I had one of their random pale ales from Beer Fit. They had Overtone in Beer 52 box earlier in last year, and I had that. I done a review. I was like, "Fuck, that's good. That's really good." And I thought, that's when I first become. I did mention it in the group chat. I said these guys look, they're going to be really good, and then slowly over the final 6 months of last year, they've just gone like, I shouldn't do that really with the way things are, but that they've really become really prominent. And Beak, I've always been quite curious of Beak the last 6 months before the hypes kind of seems to have finally gone through.
Yeah.
I was like,
I got
it's more through Ollie. I think Ollie was the first one to highlight them.
Yeah, well, I'd seen a few bits and bats on Twitter, but it was like his video where I'd seen someone drinking it.
Yeah.
And then I got a beer merchant's voucher for, I can't remember if I got it for my birthday or Christmas. So I got a load of Beak stuff on there, and then I got a load of Belgian stuff and a few other bits and bats as well.
Belgian.
Yeah, all my Belgian names up there. Look, whoa, there they all are. So I got and I had their 4.5% pale ale, and I thought that it was a bit like what you were saying about that Affinity one. It was like, that is ridiculous for 4 point, and then it got me excited about and then I had a 6.5% IPA, and I was like, fucking perfection. That's what you want to drink every day. You wouldn't get bored of it. It's not hypey. It's not crazy. It's not like. It's just balance and perfection, it's
just hitting my sweet spots for that. That is there's better beers out there, but for me that is.
Or there's beers that sort of knock your head off a little bit more, and so there's all that, isn't there? And I mean, like, so I had Locals, which is the one that Rob reviewed live.
Yeah.
I had that tonight as well, and so that was Citra Nelson Sauvin, so it had that different sort of nuance, so it wasn't the same as that IPA I had before. And that was equally as good. Yeah. And I'm thinking they're going to, and it's the same. It's similar. They're a similar brewery for me, and like, so it's like Kernel, and then I think Burnt Meal is a similar brewery to that, where they're not seeking to knock your head off.
Yeah,
they're not going crazy. It is, you get that beer, no matter the ABV, it's going to be amazing, and it's going to be ridiculously drinkable. And that's what I think Beak are as well. It's along those lines.
There's another brewery that I've really been intrigued by. I've not had anything from them. I've not seen any reviews from them either. Is it Little Sussex or something? They do a lot of flavoured stouts. I can't remember what they're called.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're any good or not. They're relatively decent.
I know it's not. I know who you mean. I don't think it's Little Sussex, is it? Are they from Cambridge? Are they from like the Cambridgeshire area? I know you said Little Sussex, but
I don't know what they're. I actually don't know. I've been intrigued by.
Think of who you're saying now.
Is it Little Sussex or something like that? Let's have a look. No. It's not.
Oh, is it Sussex Small Batch Brewery?
That's the one.
Yeah.
I've been intrigued by them. I don't think anyone's reviewed anything for them.
And they do bottles, don't they?
I thought it was just cans, but
oh, it's just cans. It's just cans.
Yeah, they do lots of weird kind of stouts. Not massive ABVs, but some of them sound really interesting. Quite nice artwork on the cans.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, they as a brewery, their average rating is 3.9 as the whole brewery.
Yeah,
so that's pretty good.
I mean, for Untapped brewery scores, that's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Anything above, I think anything above 3.7 is interesting.
Yeah.
But they do loads of different stouts. They do there's loads of stouts they do, and I've heard one or two good things about them from local people I know. And that's interesting. I've never seen anyone actually review anything from them.
Yeah.
So that's a brewery I've on my radar. It's difficult, isn't it? You've only got so much money disposable money to.
Exactly. Yeah. And more and now more than ever, I buy beers that I think I'm going to like. It started off when I first started. It was buying everything, absolutely everything.
Oh yeah,
no matter if I thought I would like it or not.
Back in 2017, we were both the same, and then Cloudwater started to can, and that was it. You fucked now, son.
Yeah.
As soon as they started canning, that's what opened the floodgates. Other breweries looked at them and thought, "Fuck it, we've got a can now."
Yeah.
That's the way it went. And I said that. I said that 2 years before to everyone. I said everyone's going to go canning within the next 2 or 3 years. They're like, "Nah, you're talking rubbish, man." I said, I'm telling you now, everyone is going to start canning. Not everyone, but most people. I mean,
well, most people do can now, and everyone who was bottling and Burn Sky, they can.
Yeah.
Elusive.
Yeah,
they
that was
can.
a shock. That was a shock. That was.
Yeah.
The only one.
Well, they still put their big. They still do their big bottles.
Yeah, the sharing bottles. Yeah. But the free flow bottles are just they're done. They're all cans now. But I think one brewery that will always remain canless will be the Colonel.
Yeah.
I
can't see that label working on a can.
I don't want them to go into cans. I want them to stay the same because they're just.
I mean, I had
craft beer brewery in the UK.
I had I had a IPA from them. It was their free C IPA, just before Christmas, and it was just exceptional.
I've still got. I drank one back in early December. I've still got one in the fridge. I've got their Dunkel.
Oh, okay. Did you know what? I've still not had any lager or any variation lager from Colonel.
Dunkel, but they'd also they had some kind of I can't remember what the hop was, but they had a Helles.
Yeah. Was it Ella? Was it like an?
And that's the one. Yeah. They had Ella Helles. Ella Helles. That's interesting. I'm intrigued by these little things that breweries are well renowned for.
Yeah.
Styles wise. Obviously, dark beers, pale beers, Colonel.
Yeah, well, for me, it's their pale beers, number one. Oh, yeah, they do absolutely. I mean, their export stout and everything like that, and even their brown imperial and all that sort of stuff.
They're so good. They're so good,
and their mixed firm saisons and stuff. They're big bottles of those.
Some of their beer saison. I've still got the beer de saison Citra downstairs. I probably should have drunk it by now, but.
Yeah, they're so good. But I still haven't gone down the lager route with them. I don't know why. I like just for.
I'm more intrigued by that because you know what they do with them pale and dark styles. They're just shit hot at it.
Yeah, because that was one of the beers that Beak released today was their Czech lager, and they also released Parade again. So I thought about doing a bit of an order, but I don't know. I just want more of their IPAs and pale beer. So they had on their website they had the stout, the Oopla, the 10%er, They had the low ABV pale ale, which I can't remember what it's called. It's like a boot coming down on someone. I think it's called Step On or something like that.
Yeah.
Or Step Up or something like that. Which that was the first one I had from, and that was really good. But I don't necessarily want to try it again. And then they had Parade.
You have to let me know what your orders are coming. We could do some dual reviews.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's almost like the beer shops need to do a bit of a restock, because I do like to do a bit of a mix and match rather than just getting all of the same stuff. But yeah,
that's the problem. That's the only thing putting me off with this brewing by numbers thing. It's like, oh, that's a good deal, but then there's going to be shelf fillers, fridge fillers, which is great.
That would stop me up for like a good month and a bit if I got that.
The thing is, I don't need the beer, and I'm also trying to save some money for when times do get better. I've got some money to just fucking go out.
Exactly here. So I got a bit of money for my birthday and stuff. So I want to actually put that towards festivals and stuff. Like
it's a festival or meeting up locally for a beer with my mates or you guys.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm thinking I should be saving money now when I can't go out.
That's exactly why, because I could have done a beer order, and so I'm probably not going to get that brew by numbers thing, because I know it's a great deal.
I don't need the beer. That's the thing. It's such a good deal, though. It's like,
it is. They're all going to be good. They're all going to be of a standard. Some of them are slightly old. Some of them are. Some of them are going into November.
A month is all right for in a can.
So some of them are a little bit older than that.
In a can, though.
And they keep them well. They keep them cold.
Sometimes these IPAs need a little bit of time in the can.
Yeah.
So that's the one.
No, exactly. I don't think they're going to be bad when they get to you, but and they'd be great, but it is a good deal. I can't stop thinking about how good a deal that is for that many beers.
Oh, it's crazy. With discount at 10%, it's like free delivery.
Yeah, it'd be 26 quid for 4 of those double IPAs.
But you're getting 8 double IPAs.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. If you just brought 4 off the website, it'd be 26 quid.
It's fucking. It's crazy. It's just a crazy deal.
Yeah, and free delivery because it's over 50 quid. You get 10% off.
Madness. It's just a crazy deal. Good deal.
Yeah,
I'll have to see. I don't know. We'll see how
I might decide. Yeah, I might decide tomorrow. Decide in the morning.
I might decide tonight.
Because I've got like reviewing beers in as such, because I've got beers that I want to do videos about. Because that's what I'm sort of doing now. Is I think I actually want to make a video about that beer, so I'll buy that beer rather than a new beer comes out. And
I saw your that's the thing I was going through in my head over the Christmas period. It's like, do you know what? With the health scare and shit, I'm just going to do non-alcoholic reviews in January, just to play into what people are doing. Well, it didn't happen, of course, but it would have been a good one.
Yeah. Oh, what the one I put up today, the Striding Edge.
Yeah.
Because I actually really like Striding Edge. I really like that beer. They're 2.8%er.
I didn't watch your review today, but is it any good or
not? No, it's not that good. the aroma is cracking. The aroma is really nice, but then as soon as you taste it, it's it's not. It's better than a lot of alcohol-free beers. If you get a bottle of Beck's Blue, that's going to blow out the water.
Review without giving a rating, because I'm actually I'm a lot more relaxed now doing reviews. I was getting a little bit more.
Oh yeah. I've never done a rating, because I always thought it was more of a personal thing for me, and I'll recommend stuff. I'll recommend it, but
it's a right way to go. I must admit, though, I did get a bit crazy, enthusiastic about this when I done it. I think it came across that I liked it. So,
well, that's what it should be. That's what it's about, though, isn't it? It is finding those moments, it was out of the blue. I wasn't expecting it. Yeah, they're few and far between now, where a beer absolutely knocks your socks off, and you're like,
oh, that did. I mean, whether it was because I just had 3 Belgian beers, I went to a pale beer. I don't think, that contrast between styles you get sometimes.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't think it was just that. It was actually a damn good beer. It's one of them deals. And I've gone back to finishing off the quad, and it's very good, but the contrast is so extreme. It's just
yeah. Do they not match up? They didn't match up to their Belgian counterparts. Those 3 cans.
Actually, I thought the first one I had, the Special number 4, the blue can, the first one, I thought that was
what style was that supposed to be? A double or a blonde or
a dark Belgian Abbey type single. Yeah. Then you go on to Untapped. It says a strong Belgian dark ale. It's not fucking strong at 4.8. I don't get what all that, but it is what it is. But I thought that was good. The Duvel was too pale, although it does say golden Belgian Abbey type Duvel. I didn't know you could get a golden Duvel, but there you go.
Yeah, that probably is a bit too pale.
It looked pale. I said it in the review. It looks a bit too pale to me, but the quad is decent.
Because a quad is like a paler beer, isn't it? Than a double, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I
in terms of colour.
And I said in the review, I said this is although I mentioned it's a golden Duvel. Golden Duvel doesn't make sense to me. I just don't. A Duvel or a double, whatever you want to call it, double. I mean, they're dark. They they are dark. It's just I don't know why it was so pale. Whatever, doesn't matter. They've all been very nice, but
because it was funny about those, because I saw a lot of fanfare before, and then I didn't see anything after. If you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't see any reviews or anything.
I'm a month or 2 behind.
Yeah. Well, because I really wanted those. I thought because I've had a couple of bits from them, locally, so I thought they'd definitely get them, and they didn't get them.
I mean,
and I don't think it's because there was any bad reviews or whatever, but
no,
they just didn't get them in time.
It's an interesting for a brewery in the UK to do these styles. It's always good.
Yeah.
But they're not up to what you've got on the shelf behind you. They're not on that level.
No,
they're just, they're not, but they're decent enough. They're not as good as like Tint Meadow. Tint Meadow is probably the best Belgian type style beer we do over here. They're not up to that level. They're a little bit,
and that's even its own variation of it, isn't it? That's not necessarily classic.
I had a few. I had 2 or 3 bottles of it. I had one straight away. I thought, I'll get another one.
Yeah.
One I aged for about 1.5 years, and then Dean sent me another one. So I thought, I'll drink this one. I've got another one there. And I don't know why I didn't review the old one, but after about 1.5 years, it was absolutely the best one of the 3.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. If you age it for about 1.5 years, oh my God, or a year.
I had one for a good. The one I had one the other night. It was on some sort of hangout. I can't remember I had it.
Yeah, I remember you having it.
Yeah. And I had that one for probably about 6 months. But I don't know how old I brought it.
If you get a few more in the future,
but I had it when it was literally just out, and I didn't review it. Yeah, it probably would have got good views, but I just didn't review it when it came out.
Yeah, if you get it again, get 2 or 3.
Yeah,
cut away, drink one. Give one a year.
They're really good price as well, aren't they? They're not expensive at all.
Is it $2.99 or something?
A bit less. I think I've got it for like $2.60. Yeah.
It's in that $2.50, £3 price. Yeah, it's not fucking. That's good.
Oh look, Adam's on. I'm back again.
Why don't you join, Adam? Was it too late for you? Yeah, I'm on the beer tonight, son.
You're going full Craig tonight.
Well, yeah, I've had a couple of invites on my phone, and we'll have to wait and see. I'm not abandoning ship, but
no.
Yeah, but no, it's really. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff going on the last few weeks again.
Mm-hmm.
It's been pretty bad, to be fair. For me, I'm all right now, but yeah, proper health scare.
Yeah.
My mum's not in too good shape at the moment. She's taking a turn for the worse the last couple of days. It's like, yeah, it's still 2020.
Yeah. It never stops. Yeah. Mr. Keep trying not to wake them up. Be really quiet.
The dogs are asleep.
Whisper into your microphone.
Go out in the garden.
Oh yeah, where's the fire pit? Crank the fire pit up. We haven't seen Adam fucking burning shit in the back garden for a while.
Trees to burn down, surely. Yeah. That was awesome last time.
It was a roaring fire, as I remember. Roaring.
Well, it was summer, I think, or autumn, or whenever it was. But,
yeah. God,
it's probably got snow up there now.
That was last year at some point, wasn't it?
Did you get any snow today, by the way?
No, it was frosty and cold as hell, though. Like, it looked like snow. How frosty. All day. There's frost.
A little bit of snow. We don't get snow where I am, because I'm right on the coast.
Yeah.
To the north, you got the Thames Estuary. To the east, you got the North Sea. And to the south, you got Thames Estuary, or the English Channel. So it's like, we don't get snow here. Well, you get the rain come in here, and you go like 5-10 miles inland, it's snowing.
Yeah,
that's the way it is.
I don't remember it ever snowing when I lived in Canterbury.
It does. It snowed this evening in Canterbury.
Yeah. Oh really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it snows a lot around above the cliffs around Dover, Folkestone, and then the North Downs, going up to that whole Ashford, going right up to Maidstone. It snows up on higher ground, Detlin Hill, all that sort of area. But
yeah.
But you do. You're further north.
Tempted to put his coat and wellies on.
Yeah.
Put them on.
Yeah, we don't. We're further south. I'm near the sea. We don't get, even when it's cold.
It's supposed to be sun. It's supposed to be sunny tomorrow here. It's supposed to be sunny in about high of 7.
Yeah, it's going to get warm over the next few days.
Yeah,
but end of the month is looking interesting. But I ain't going to bore everyone with that.
the weather report. Well, we had biscuit talk today.
Yeah, well, yeah. Biscuits.
So weather can't be
biscuits.
Biscuits.
There was an interesting chat on Facebook, funnily enough, about because in America they have biscuits and gravy.
Oh yeah, their biscuits are more like scones, aren't they?
For breakfast. Yeah. I mean,
I'd fucking eat that. I'd eat that for I'd eat it for breakfast.
Biscuits and gravy. But there was I think it was Tom the Beer Whisperer posted a thing.
Yeah. Well, but because they're so when we think of gravy, we traditionally think of like beef gravy.
Yeah,
dark. Yeah. It's dark and rich, but their gravy tends to be like sausage based, and it's like white, and it's very different.
Never having been to the States. I mean, Adam in the old chat there would probably have a bit more of an idea, but yeah, I know because Tom the Beer Whisperer posted that, and then you had Stuart, because obviously he's been out there, and it's quite an interesting conversation. It's like, because what we can say to biscuits, what Americans say as biscuits, it's quite an interesting one. it's not a debate. It's just perceptions, I guess. It's
Oh
just,
no, well, yeah, a biscuit is a completely different thing over there. It is like a bread roll scone.
Yeah,
that's what
exactly. That's what come up in conversation was scone.
Yeah,
and how you pronounce it and blah.
It's a less sweet scone. That's what a biscuit is. And you can have like cheddar versions of that. You can have like a cheese mixed.
Yeah, and it's really damn interesting. I love the contrast between what people think things are. There's no right or wrong. I don't care. It's just. I'm interested what people think.
It's all language, isn't it?
It's great. I love it. I think it's great.
Yeah, we are still live. I don't know how long for. Craig's on for a big one. I'm probably ducking out in a minute.
I've always got a big one.
Always. I had biscuits and gravy. The gravy is wrong. Biscuits are more like savoury rock cake. Yeah, that is exactly. Yeah. Paul, love, and then hi Adam.
Yeah. I guess you're at work, Paul. Bastard work. Well, I hope you're not snowed in like you were a few weeks ago. Obviously not, but yeah. I miss you. I wish you had good internet at home. And I wish you had weekends off.
I've caught a few of Paul's streams. I think he's got better internet at home, has he?
I think so.
Yeah.
But I think Monday and Tuesdays is his days off, and there's not that many streams generally. During the week, apart from maybe sometimes James on a Wednesday or a Thursday.
Yeah, I'd like to do more regular ones. It's just I can't commit to doing a certain time.
I can't. I mean, I can, but.
So yeah, I'll probably do more of these. I'll probably do more of these when people want to do a chat, and I'll just say, I'll do it.
I mean, I could start doing streams at 6:00 for 3 or 4 hours, and then cut it, get her to bed, and then. What?
You're on for Rod J stream an hour and a half?
Am I?
All over it. And James now, wait, what in this purple room? Purple shirt, purple bed.
It's weird.
It's more Scotch have you tried?
It's like he's wearing the same shirt all the time. It's probably different colours.
That might be his little comfy shirt.
I don't know what's going on with that. I mean, I'm all for purple, as you know, but yeah. I don't care about that. The thing is, live reviews are still there when after the fact, so you can rewatch them at your leisure.
Look at that.
All right, James.
Ready? So, Adam called it. Adam called it. Except for when it's UKIP. Exactly, James.
I'm going for a UKIP piss.
There we go.
Joking, by the way. I'm definitely going for a piss, though.
A UKIP piss.
Howdy.
You there, Paul?
Yeah, I'm there. How you doing?
How's it going?
Good.
I like your thumbnail.
Some people like me better as a blonde.
Yeah. Well, because you've posted a few of the sort of face swap things, and it always fucking tricks me. I'm like, oh, what's this? What's this little video?
It always gets you.
Cool. And then I get hard on anyway, so there we go.
Feel exactly.
So it's a win-win.
Once I get my old phone fixed, I can actually cancel the Reface app that I have because I have a pay app on that one. I can get it on this phone, then I can actually start doing the face swap with no facial hair. Really tricky up.
Yeah. I think it adds to something though.
Yeah.
It's a good set of credibility that it's you.
Might get requests to put the facial hair back on though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd vote for that. Stick it back on. Come on. Everyone likes a bit of rough, don't they? You can't have you got to take the rough.
A little bit of rough, yeah. And not too short because then it's like sandpaper.
Oh yeah, you get a bit of chafing.
I've got complaints about that. You can't have stubble because it's like sandpaper, so you have to have at least a quarter of an inch or an eighth inch at least. Yeah. You've been going on for 4 hours. It's amazing. I didn't think you'd be on already.
This was an impromptu sort of spur of the moment.
Right on the sperm of the moment.
Yeah, sperm of the moment, and then here we are. It's gestated into this.
It's kind of funny because the whole time, on Christmas, the wires went down off the pole. They fixed the power wires, but they never fixed the phone wires. So while I was off, I didn't have internet at the house. They just fixed it on like Monday. So it was almost 10 days without internet. Yeah, because I was like finally off, finally be able to do live streams, and the power's out. So never mind. Yeah.
Fucking hell. Why'd you put them on there? You look so horny, son. Fucking hell. I would. But yeah. How you doing, mate? You all right?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, I guess you're at work, yeah?
Of course.
Yeah, bastards.
Back to the everyday goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know. Elvira was my face on it at good times, too. I was going to put that on, but then I saw this one, so I was like, oh, fuck it. I'll do blonde tonight. I got a redhead, a blonde, and an Elvira, so.
You can mix and match.
No, I took the mic off.
Yeah, it's not a wireless mic. You're still attached to the laptop, aren't you, or is it a wireless?
No, it's attached to the laptop. It's just I just hook it on the box. I just take it off and put it there. It's not under the. I've still got the. It's not underneath clothing.
No, for 4 hours. 1 hour, and you're beating Harry streams. Does he mean if we go an extra hour, we're beating?
You go
Harry
to 5 hours, you will be the kings.
I can leave the stream going, but I don't know if I can quite reach 5 hours. My energy is going.
Well, you need to drink those coffee stouts.
Yeah.
Get all jacked up on the coffee stouts.
I've had some whiskey tonight and stuff as well, so it's getting blurry.
Mm-hmm.
Blurry. Hope Paul got some refunds.
No.
I don't know what that means.
No, I didn't get any refunds. No. They finally came out and fixed the wire and put the internet back on the house.
Your internet situation.
I was actually it was really great because I was home alone, didn't have the kids. I had to self-quarantine. I didn't have any internet at the house, so I had no distractions. So I completely cleaned the shit out of the house and did all this stuff and organized all my equipment, all my instruments and stuff, and set my music. I built fucking shelves and set my music studio all back up. I was pretty motivated. I was pretty, productive.
Yeah. Once you start, you don't sit down. You just
you just keep going and keep going and keep going. So the only delay, was the first. It wasn't even a big deal. It was pretty good. Went out and put a bunch of food, like, seed and stuff like that, just in case in the woods out there, just in case I got hungry and ran out of food, I could shoot something. So that never happened, but just in case, I bought a bunch of. On the way home to quarantine, I filled the whole back of my car up with beer and bird seed. So I was like, I'll just drink beer and shoot squirrels. I'll be all right. We'll be good. We'll survive. We'll survive this.
Shoot squirrels.
Yeah. Drink beer and shoot squirrels. It'll be okay.
Yeah.
Have you caught squirrels and ate them?
Yeah, they're good.
Cool.
It tastes like chicken.
I could imagine being quite sort of a
chicken
like
pot pie.
Frog's legs or something. So like you just bite the little.
Oh, I had frog's legs and they taste a little bit like chicken, but there was the one I had. When I had certain frogs, like they had like an aroma to it with the sauce that was on it that I didn't find very pleasing.
Yeah.
But the meat itself wasn't bad.
No.
But like rabbit and squirrel, they're all like basically like a chicken.
Yeah, I've had rabbit, but rabbit a little bit more earthy, I think.
There's a little bit of earthiness to rabbit.
There's a bit of gaminess to
the squirrels don't have that gaminess that a rabbit does.
Yeah.
No, rabbit's a bit, and it can. It can be a bit bony as well.
Mm-hmm.
I had this like rabbit tagliatelle once at like a fancy restaurant, and it was fucking unbelievable. And I was like, oh, good God, is this like? It's the best food I've ever tasted. I just want to eat rabbit all the time.
Yeah, I remember when I was in Germany, I had wild boar stew there, and it was pretty fantastic.
Oh, I've had wild boar. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've
Wild boar.
had wild boar goulash.
Okay.
There used to be not well, it's there, but going back a few years, that in the Belgian bar, Jake.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They had that, and they had wild boar sausages with mash and blah blah. It's fucking
They're good. I love duck and goose. I'm a big fan of duck and goose too. So.
Yeah, duck's good. You get a lot of that in the old Chinese restaurants, which is really great. You don't see much of goose, do you?
You guys are making me fucking hungry.
There you go. Get the food.
Cook something after this.
Yeah.
It is crazy.
Stay on and eat your food. Get that 5-hour mark.
Yeah. Oh god, I'm gonna have to cook something. And also, it can't just be like I can't just go and get like a biscuit. I need to eat something good now. Yeah, I can't go get a packet of crisps. It has to be something good now.
Substantial meal.
Yeah. It has to be a substantial meal. Substantial meal is still be getting COVID. That's how it happens.
That's substantial.
Yeah. Fuck.
You make throat gravy. It is for your biscuits.
I've had wildebeest before, which is quite nice.
I've smelled like wildebeest before.
I've had venison, but that varies.
It's quite dear though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it depends on it depends on if it's mountain fed or corn fed or whatever. Deer can change. It can either get kind of like it tastes like beef almost to quite the other opposite spectrum.
Yeah.
Elk is good. Moose is good. I've had moose and elk. They're good. Antelope is really good too.
I'll give them a try.
I've had reindeer.
Yeah.
I've had a reindeer burger.
Mm-hmm.
I've had an ostrich burger.
Mm-hmm.
Ostrich was really good. It just tastes like beef. To be fair, they could just give me beef instead of ostrich.
It would be just fine. Alligator. I've had alligator and a rattlesnake, and they're okay. Snapping turtles, all right. Fishy, but good.
I want to pick it like a lobster, like ostriches running in the field, and it's like I want that ostrich.
I want that bitch over there. Get it.
Mash it up. Put it
Mash
in
it up and send it out.
I'm starving now.
I know it's actually unreal because in I don't know about in America, Paul, but in the UK we've got chicken katsu nugs at McDonald's, and I want some chicken katsu nugs. I want to try.
You need to go get that.
They've done a nugget variety, but it's katsu. It's katsu nuggets.
I'm on that. I'm having a look now.
What's a katsu?
It's a Japanese curry, but the chicken is breaded and deep fried, and then it's like curry on top.
So you made with chicken nuggets.
So they've like done a chicken nugget, but it's in katsu deep fried batter.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now what?
Yeah. Now you have to find some way to get all of that.
Yeah, and now I'm exceptionally hungry now.
I had a made to order burger or chicken sandwich just before a hot chicken sandwich where I make it I order it myself, so it's special. It's got bacon, sliced steak, and 2 chicken patties with 2 different types of cheeses on the same burger, and it's pretty good.
You're killing me.
And I might actually just leave here in a little bit and go order another one.
You're killing me. You're killing me, man.
I've got the breakfast menu up at the moment, so it's not bollocks. So.
I like that burger especially because it's 3 different types of meat and 2 different types of cheese. Because you got to have double cheese.
Oh yeah.
Menu. It's all right. The hash browns are awesome. I don't know why. It's just simple, but.
What's Adam saying here? On isn't it? 11.5 Imby Stout. 10.5 Belgian Dark, 8% Daya Saturated Matuika, and track our finish. Paul's box.
Ooh, my box will be complete tomorrow. He's gonna fill my box to the brim.
That's Adam is.
Well, you gotta make sure you get all the buckshot out while you're cooking it. The same thing with Burl.
You could ever meet. It's just like.
I owe Adam a big box of beer because he sent me a big box of beer.
I own 2 boxes, but he's just so
I will
generous.
buy Adam beer when I see him next year.
That rhymes.
I mean, I'm hoping to we can get, for at some point this year, at the end of the year.
That's a good one. Wild boar is just better pork.
Welcome to the better pork product.
Yeah, it's a bit richer.
Yeah, crispy duck skin is.
Crispy duck skin is to die for, and that's why I try to explain to my parents and stuff. Like, don't get rid of that fat. Fried potatoes in the duck fat, because that's just fantastic.
Yeah. Fat is flavor.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Ostrich burgers are close to turkey burgers, except way fattier, because turkey doesn't have that much fat.
Yeah. So you really can just survive off turkey fat or ostrich fat. Now, does ostrich fat taste like turkey, turkey fat too, or does it taste more like duck fat, or does it taste like?
See, when I had ostrich burgers, I thought it was redder. It's redder than turkey. The ostrich burgers I had, so it's getting more towards that beef end.
Right.
Of the spectrum. It wasn't
like when I cut up raccoon.
When
I cut up the back haunches of raccoon, it's got like a weird beef taste, but it's just a little different. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
And when we do bear fat is not like cow fat or pork fat. It's not tasty. So you got to cut all that off.
Yeah, because they're so muscly, aren't they? It's like
it's not tasty fat. The bear fat is not flavor fat.
Yeah, whereas the cow is just standing there eating grass all day. It's just pure flavor.
It's that beautiful.
Whereas the bear is like fucking ripping shit down and like doing stuff. If an animal's doing stuff, you don't want to eat its fat.
I'm a productive animal. Get away from me.
Nobody owes me nothing. Had more value than my TV license out of your combined channels. That's very nice.
Well, you patronizing bastard.
Yeah, but I still feel like I owe you, because that's just how
Adam, it makes me feel better. So
yeah.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you know me, when I come over there, I'm buying people shit anyway. So fuck deal with it.
It doesn't matter if you're brought you anything or not. You're doing it.
You're doing it, bitch.
You're not kindness, Paul. You do my nuts.
Thank you. You're gonna like it.
You're in a good way. You do
in a good way.
You're too kind. You do my
you fuck.
I'm a giving man. I give every woman my dick that I need.
Kind bastard, you.
Yeah.
With all your kindness.
No, but it's just one of them deals. It's like I can't deal with kindness. Don't like it.
It's not the British way.
Yeah. Show me on the doll where the kindness touched you.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Someone gives you a compliment, you deflect it straight away.
Yeah.
It's a bash. No.
That bastard is so kind.
Yes. And then if you're Canadian too, then you apologize for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They just apologize for everything.
Well, that's
they're really sorry. They must fall downstairs a lot or something because they're all sore.
Yeah, but so you should. Fuck you.
The Alsatians. Can't say Germans.
No, you
it's part of France at one point in time.
German shepherds.
Now, Alsace is exactly where I love wine. I love Alsatian wine, so I could give or take their dogs, but I like their white wine. See, you're almost there. You're almost at 5 hours.
No, yeah.
You're chugging along. Take your face off the table a couple times. You'll be fine.
There's 40 minutes. I woke up. I think 5:45 is when I woke up today.
Not bad.
And I'm still so potentially if that happens tomorrow, I'm fucked.
Yeah.
Actually,
no. If that happens today, I'm fucked. Not tomorrow.
Today is today, and tomorrow
is today.
Yeah,
I just came to a startling realization then.
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna because I'm literally starving. I'm gonna go and get something to eat, so I'm gonna clear up.
Well, all right, you guys go get some food, and I'm gonna go and get some food.
Yeah,
I'm gonna eat another massive burger chicken thing.
You're going to get the better food out of all of us, I think, here, Paul.
Yeah.
and
I'm going to drive and have someone make
you
it for me. That's the key. It's going to taste better because someone made it for me.
Cool.
No.
We'll have to when you're off, you have to let us know, and if you get a weekend off anywhere.
Monday and Tuesday, I'll definitely be off. So.
Well, if you get any time off,
yeah.
Let us know.
And, if we get quarantined again, I'll definitely let you know because now I got the internet back at the house too. So it'll be good.
We're quarantined for the next 5-10 months probably over here. So fuck knows what's going on.
Yeah. Well, another vaccine got approved, so they're going to be whacking it into us now.
I really wasn't, to be perfectly honest. I don't like going to the doctors for anything, and so I'm totally against the whole vaccine thing. However, I don't want to get banned from traveling anywhere, obviously, because I just don't like going to the doctors. I don't like getting shots. I don't like doing any of that stuff. But I don't want to get banned from travel anywhere. So I'm probably going to be getting the vaccine here when it's available, because they said something about they might not let you travel out of, states and stuff like that or whatever. Or not states, but country.
Oh, yeah.
At the moment, you need to have proof of within 72 hours of a positive test before you can.
Right. So I want to make sure I, get all the stuff I need to, because I'm definitely coming back in 2020 or 2020, too many twos. 2022, baby. 2022. Bring it, Hoffman.
All the number twos.
Yeah, all the twos. There's poop everywhere. It'll be the year of poop.
I've got to go get something to eat. So.
Yeah.
You're probably right. You are right there, Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need food first.
Craig,
you'll be on rods then too. That's good.
I have a feeling Craig's going full Craig tonight, and he's going to be Craiging it up.
You don't have to Craig it. You go full Craig.
Weekend of Craigisms everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah, you never go full Craig unless you're Craig, who can only handle going full Craig.
I'm just like, stream me.
It's good.
It's just one of them deals.
But there we go. So thanks for everybody for watching. It's been way longer than I thought it was going to go on for, and it's been an absolute joy. We've had highs, we've had lows, we've had biscuit talk, and then here we are, ended on everyone being ridiculously hungry. So thank you all for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.